Good morning and welcome to day 2 of this amazing Africa Accelerating 2020. I would like to call the program and conference in order. It's too early in the morning in Toronto. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Vice President Susan Amolindwa. I'm Gareth Bloor, President of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, and what a pleasure to join each one of you again across Botswana, the African continent, and indeed Canada. And it certainly is an early morning for those out as far as Vancouver. It hasn't even yet hit 6 a.m. or even 5 a.m., but good morning to each one of you and welcome. It is my great pleasure as we kick off to welcome formally the Chair of the Board of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business. And as I do so, I'd like to give some background on Mr. Sebastian Spio-Gabra, who took on the reins of the Chamber as Chair of the Board last year and has led a number of processes, including the restructuring and reorientation of the Chamber as a Pan-African organization. His role as Director and Chief Frontier Markets Analyst at Demina, a company he co-founded, has led him to be voted among some of the top 30 analysts in the world by New York Institutional Investor magazine in 2006. Sebastian helped establish the risk research practice at leading global political consultancy firm Eurasia LLC in New York, London, and Tokyo. He's concurrently served as a sovereign risk analyst on sub-Saharan Africa's 2 largest economies, Nigeria and South Africa. He's also developed numerous indices and has worked with Lehman Brothers, Deutsche Bank, and subsequently Citigroup. From 2010, Sebastian has been the Global Managing Director at Demina Advisors. We advise CEOs, boards, and portfolio managers of the world's leading multinational companies. He's also a prolific writer and has advised numerous governmental bodies as well, including former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair's Commission on Africa. Without further ado, for the official welcome of Day 2 of Africa Accelerating from us live in Toronto, the Chair of the Board of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, Mr. Sebastian Spio-Gabra.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Thank you, Excellency. Good morning. Good morning to all of you who are watching us from around the world. Thank you so much for joining us, especially those who are joining us from Botswana. It's an early morning in Toronto. The Africa Accelerating really has been a very difficult year in many respects around the world. And yet, the Africa story continues. We have no doubt at the Chamber that when this century is over, Africa, which for a number of centuries was actually one of the leading continents on the planet, frankly, and then for the last 300-400 years has gone through difficult challenges, is finally turned the corner and is beginning to take its rightful place. If one were to think of the major continents and the major civilizations in the world as a kind of a round table with Europe and Asia and the Americas, one could call maybe the last century an American century, a century where former colony, the United States, really gained prominence as the leading country on earth in terms of its culture, in terms of business, in terms of everything else that sort of affects the global economy. And maybe before that, we could say it was maybe an European century, a century where the major countries of Europe fund around the world trying to establish colonies and, relationships around the world, some for the good, some not for the so good. But ultimately, one could maybe call the 19th century a European century, and the 20th century was clearly an American century. Our firm belief, which is supported by every fact of demography and everything else, is that the century ahead of us is really an African-Asian century. It's a century where we'll begin to see Africa, frankly, beginning to take its rightful place at the table of the great continents and civilizations of the world. And so for us, at the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, we frankly are extremely supportive of this move, and we believe very much that trade and investment is frankly the best way to get this going. We believe that trade and investment is really the most positive, platform on which people of different cultures, people of different backgrounds can collaborate. Because frankly, if someone is from Scandinavia, someone is from Canada, somebody is from Zambia, and they are trying to do business together, it brings out the best in all of them. It brings out their capacity to come together, to focus on the profits, to focus on the impact, to focus on what it is that they are doing. And that allows human beings to collaborate quite well. So frankly, we are very supportive of the moves by the African continent to have a continental free trade area, to have a single common market. And with that, obviously, will come stronger and more integrated political institutions. But Canada has a tremendous role to play because Canada, unlike a lot of countries, does not have a colonial relationship with Africa. There's a lot of goodwill for Canadian companies. Most of the Canadian investment in Africa has been around mining and energy, but that is also changing. And at the Chamber, we are quite supportive of all of that. So again, thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. And we know that Minister Katrina Gold has sent a video. I mean, the ministers have been in and out of cabinet, and so you see her video. I think she was just out of cabinet, and she did a video for us. And then we have other ministers and dignitaries around the world who are all joining us. So thank you again. Thank you so much, Mr. Blow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your incredible leadership here at the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, really setting the scene for not just a 10-year or 20-year strategy, but indeed the next century, as you rightly allude. And thank you to all board members of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for their leadership and service. Today, we have dignitaries across our two venues, and as the camera will pan out and you'll see who's joining me on stage here in Toronto, we have Ambassador Mete from Mali, and we'll be signing an MOU later today with the support of B2 Gold, who are on the panel and who are a key sponsor of this conference, alongside our lead sponsor, Lucara Diamond, represented, and Lucara Botswana, represented by Nassim. It is my great pleasure, before we hand over in a moment to dignitaries in Botswana and to MC Tata, to make special mention of Minister Moagi, who will be introduced in a moment. From the Canadian side, it's my great pleasure now to introduce the Minister for International Development in Ottawa, Minister Karina Gold. As alluded to, there are various cabinet meetings happening, but she's been very kind to step out and provide us with some remarks. And we go now crossing over to Ottawa from our live venue in Toronto for some remarks from Minister Karina Gold before we hand over formally to Botswana. Thank you.
Dear delegates to the Africa Accelerating 2020 Conference, dear friends of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, Canada has a long history of engagement with Africa. Over the years, we have been there to partner with countries across the continent as they develop institutions and governance structures that reflect and are responsive to the realities of their people. We have been there to help build business ecosystems that encourage investment and economic opportunity. Good governance and a strong enabling environment are critical for sustainable economic development, and Canadian businesses in Africa want to contribute to realizing these goals for the countries they operate in. They want to be good partners, and that is true no matter what sector they operate in. That is just one reason why we are so encouraged to see the progress that has been made towards an African continental free trade zone, and look forward to continuing to deepen our trading relationship. I know my colleague Mary Yang, the Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade, was struck by the vibrancy she saw when she was able to visit Ethiopia with the Prime Minister back in February. Canada is a reliable partner to the countries of Africa, and we intend to continue this far into the future. Thank you for the opportunity to record this video, and congratulations to the Canada-Africa Chamber of Commerce on what I'm sure will be a successful conference.
Thank you to Minister Gold and indeed to all ministers who've addressed us and will be addressing us, 7 in total during the course of the program as outlined at the opening ceremony yesterday. Well, without further ado, at the incredible Gaborone International Convention Center, it is now my great pleasure to hand over live to MC Tata for the introduction of the Honorable Minister in Botswana. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And once more, let me welcome you. Allow me to recognize our guests present. Let me start by recognizing our Honorable Minister of Mineral Resource, Green Technology and Energy Security, who is also a Member of Parliament for Ramotsa, Honorable Minister Maxwell Moagi. We honor you, sir. Shine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Allow me also to recognize the Managing Director of Lucara Botswana, who are our sponsors for this conference, Ms. Nasim Larry. We welcome you, ma'am. Can we shine? All right. Allow me also to recognize all of you, our distinguished guests, the media, and everyone present. Thank you so much for coming through. Let's also give ourselves some shine. You are not sharing some love. Can we shine? All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any more of your time, allow me to introduce our keynote address by the Honorable Minister. I think it will be nicer if we stand to show the respect as he will be coming to the podium to share with us the message of the day. So you are welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. And Director of Ceremonies in Canada, Gareth Blue. Let me begin by recognizing the participation at this conference of my counterpart ministers in Canada. I also recognize dignitaries present in Botswana here at the GICC, Gaborone International Convention Center, and in particular, Ms. Nasim Larry, the Managing Director of Lucara Botswana, and your esteemed senior members of the team, who are the main sponsors of this conference, together with members of the Lucara team based in Botswana and those in Canada. Virtual attendees from across the globe, development partners, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon here in Botswana and good morning in Canada. The time difference between the two countries is indeed worlds apart. I am greatly honored to be here participating in this auspicious 3-day conference. I'm told thus far the conference has been nothing but a resounding success. Weighty deliberations were made and timely information shared among attendees and with them the public at large. Let me tell you about Botswana in a little bit. Botswana as a country has had a socio-economic fabric that has been greatly influenced by mining to become the beacon of development and transformation that it is today. The first diamond deposit were discovered in Botswana in 1967, followed by the opening of the first diamond mine in 1969. It was during this period that the government at the time put in place appropriate legislation and robust structures to ensure good governance in the management of the resources and started investing the revenues generated from mining activities in the economy to develop public infrastructure and services such as health and education for the benefit of the greater populace, irrespective of where the mines are located in the country. This development journey was done in partnership with international investors in mining. Our partnerships with different investors is truly a model of success that stands out for all the world to see, and a good reputation of honoring our contractual commitments and the rule of law. Botswana continues to be ranked favorably by various international institutions due to factors such as competitive mining laws, low sovereign risk and social risk, good infrastructure, and easy access to land. This favorable investment climate is not limited to the mineral sector only, but prevails in the wider economy. For instance, Botswana continues to receive very favorable sovereign risk ratings by both Standard & Poor's
and Moody's investment agencies, and Fraser Institute of Canada, despite the normal setbacks caused by cyclical commodity prices and other global crises, such as the 2008-2009 global credit crunch, and now the COVID-19 pandemic. Botswana is endowed with minerals such as diamonds, copper, nickel, coal, soda ash, salt, gold, and various other industrial minerals to supply the construction industry. And we hope soon we can go into even the coal bed methane and other manganese products. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that Botswana is a mineral-dependent country is of paramount importance, that good relations to consumer countries and their companies are initiated and maintained. We boast the good geological data acquired over 50 years from private sector exploration as well as from government-funded countrywide baseline exploration, such as the airborne magnetic surveys from the Botswana Geoscience Institute. The government of Botswana continuously seeks to encourage further investment in the exploration phase, midstream, downstream, for diamonds, and my ministry stands ready to facilitate investors to our country and to attend to any concerns to eliminate unnecessary bureaucracy. Whilst Botswana's relative prosperity derives from minerals, specifically diamonds, our biggest challenge is identifying economic activities that will broaden the economic base of the country. In this regard, the thrust of our economic policy is that of value addition to the minerals we extract, as well as diversification away from diamond mining to other activities which have been found to have the highest potential for broadening Botswana's economic base. We're talking on things like beneficiation of minerals, mining industry services, tourism, and financial services. Opportunities are also emerging that have the potential to address the challenges that we face regarding employment creation and the broadening of our mineral production base. These are in the coal and coal bed methane space. Botswana is endowed with vast coal resources, over 200 billion tons, and high solar irradiation, which up to now have not been fully exploited. Botswana is taking the right steps to address this by the recent approval of the Integrated Resource Plan for Electricity Development, which is a mix of both renewable energies and thermal coal for our baseload, to ensure that Botswana is a net exporter of affordable and reliable electricity by 2026, to ensure that the growth of industries such as mining is not constrained by the availability of clean power. The government of Botswana is open and welcomes entities like Lucara Botswana that mean well and want to develop the country with us. In the short space of time that Lucara Botswana has been in operation, they have not only created significant employment, but have also developed communities whose areas they work in. Example of projects, the big projects that we know of, the refurbishing of the Letlakane Abattoir, the Mukubilo Horticulture Project, contribution of over 3 million pula to the National COVID Relief Fund, and support of the National Campaign on Gender-Based Violence. I think Lucara Botswana deserves an applause. We are gathered here today as participants and witnesses to yet another initiative pioneered by Lucara. We are indeed grateful to Lucara for organizing this event, the Africa Accelerating Program Conference, the first of its kind to be held in Botswana. Although it is a virtual conference, a necessary departure from tradition, we believe it has succeeded in bringing together like-minded people, stakeholders with common interests, parties who appreciate that things will never be the same again. And that if there was time that we ever needed each other, that time is now. To Lucara Botswana and other organizers of this conference, I recognize and greatly appreciate your contribution in driving the Botswana agenda of seeing the country progress to a high-income status by 2036 as espoused in our National Vision 2036. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I urge all investors and potential investors attending this conference to consider Botswana as their go-to investment destination, for they will surely find a country ready to receive them. Our policies are designed to benefit the investor as well as the people of Botswana in a win-win situation. I reckon Lucara Botswana's success is testimony for all to see, and we'd be happy to support more investors to have similar successful stories like the one we have with Lucara, a win for one being a win for all. I thank you for your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. Pula.
Congratulations once again on behalf of all of us. I know I speak for the entire board and the membership of the Canada-Africa Chamber for your leadership. Once again, Botswana, the #1 ranked natural resource jurisdiction on the continent by the Fraser Institute, among a host of awards, and it happens year in and year out. And in light of the leadership in the Canada-Africa connection, it is my great privilege to now welcome live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, here in Canada, from Parliament, the Honourable Member of Parliament and Canadian Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources, Mr. Paul Lefebvre, who is appointed by Prime Minister Trudeau in the current term of office. And we welcome you now, sir, to this event, live from Ottawa. MP Lefebvre. Thank you so much, and hello, everyone. It's great to join you today for the Africa Accelerating 2020 conference, and my distinguished colleague, the minister that spoke before me, talk about the importance of mining. That's what my remarks will be about today. I am the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. I'm also the Member of Parliament of Sudbury. So Sudbury, as you may know, we call ourselves the mining innovation capital of the world. We have 9 operating mines within a 50-kilometer radius, as well as 350 small and medium-sized businesses that are all related to mining, services, and supply sector. So I really want to thank the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business to playing your leadership role to consolidate this relation, this transatlantic relations that we have. And for the tremendous job you've done bringing everyone together safely in Toronto and Gaborone, and with many more watching online. We gather at a challenging time. The pandemic has hit families, communities, and economies hard all over the world. But this is also an opportunity to rebuild a global economy with fewer emissions, more innovation, and greater inclusion. We're fortunate that the foundation for this rebuild in Africa is solid. You now have a continental free trade agreement. Your economies have benefited from greater investment in non-extractive sectors. And of course, you have an asset that will continue to make you an investment magnet, the so-called demographic dividend in the form of the youngest population on the globe. Et comme l'Afrique consiste des 10 économies affichant la croissance la plus rapide au monde, le Canada est déterminé à resserrer ses relations économiques avec les pays africains. And as Africa has 6 of the 10 economies of the fastest growth in the world, Canada is determined to continue establishing relationships with the African continent. Il existe de formidables possibilités de partenariat avec les entreprises canadiennes de mise en valeur des ressources. There's great potential for partnership with Canadian businesses in the resource extractive sector. Which brings me to the crucial role our mining industry will play in Africa's clean growth future. Canada has long been a global leader in exploration and development. Our world-class companies are backed by a strong Canadian regulatory framework, strict environmental laws, and unparalleled access to capital markets and experts. Canada's supply and services sector is also breaking new ground by lending expertise and exporting technologies in areas like digitization and automation, artificial intelligence and virtual reality, drone technology and genomics, all to make mining greener, safer, and more sustainable. This strength has helped Canadian mining firms create jobs and support communities in more than 100 countries around the world. But Canadians recognize that we face new challenges as we deliver on our commitment to exceed our 2030 Paris climate targets and reach net zero emissions by 2050. That includes producing the critical metals and minerals that go into everything from solar panels to wind turbines, from electric vehicle to robots and electronics. In Canada, we can supply many of these metals and minerals.
and it's helping us to become a global leader in a number of clean tech fields, including fuel cell technologies and next-generation batteries. In fact, Canada is playing a leadership role in the Global Battery Alliance's initiative to create a traceable value chain for electric vehicles and batteries. But the security of global supply is in question. That's why last year, we joined the US-led Energy Resource Governance Initiative, along with Australia and Botswana, a founding member, as well as Namibia, Zambia, and the DRC. Together, as aligned countries, we are encouraging transparency and good governance principles. This will protect and strengthen the global supply chain for these products. And that's good for economies and for global security when done right. C'est important pour les Canadiens. This is very important for Canadians and for our reputation outside of Canada. Les entreprises qui ont des activités internationales sont souvent le visage de notre pays à l'étranger. Canadian companies working abroad are the face of Canada. We want them to have the Canadian values when they operate abroad. Qu'elles deviennent des chefs de file de la conduite responsable des affaires. We want them to be world leaders when it comes to being responsible corporate citizens, championing human and labor rights, promoting transparency, deterring corruption, and sharing our approach to Indigenous reconciliation and partnership in resource development. Our companies are expected to encourage the kind of broad local economic development that will continue long after a mining project has run its course. Incorporating these values won't just make the world better. It will go a long way to determining whether our companies find essential local partners and long-term customers in Africa and around the world. The success of Canadian companies such as Lucara Diamond, which is sponsoring the Africa Accelerating 2020 conference, confirms that such an approach works. Ce succès, j'en suis très fier. The success, we are very proud, and as well as all Canadians are. So I want to wish you all the best success in your future endeavors, and thank you so much for having me speak to you today. Merci.
Thank you for joining us. And I've just been notified from the Gaborone International Convention Center, the presence of the Permanent Secretary of Minerals, Mr. Metla Masire, as well as his Deputy Permanent Secretary, Nchidzi Mulawa. Welcome to this event. And from all of us here, due recognition and protocols observed from Canada. Thank you for joining us. And thank you to all other VIPs on a very extensive list once again this morning and this afternoon on day 2 of Africa Accelerating. Well, events, of course, as we know, don't just happen. There's always a cornerstone, a backer, a visionary, and certainly all of those words reflect today our keynote speaker from the private sector for day 2, Ms. Nasim Lari. When we first introduced this concept idea, as many of you know, Nasim came in and backed it completely from Botswana, believing that no matter the challenges amidst the pandemic, the work must continue, and certainly here we are, and it's doing so. It's my third opportunity to address Nasim Lari. I did so last year at the conference, the Canada-Africa Business Summit held, which Lucara also sponsored. And I had the great privilege of doing so this year on a webinar, which involved members of the Canadian government. Ms. Lari is an accomplished professional accountant with a master's in management and more than 17 years experience in the mining industry, 10 of those spent within corporate finance at Debswana. She served on the board of the Debswana Pension Fund, the Botswana Accountancy College, and the Pula Medical Aid. She's currently a director on the board of First National Bank, declared the leading bank in Botswana as we speak. And she served as the Botetsi CFO and finance director since 2013. In 2018, she was promoted to managing director of the great Canadian company Lucara Botswana, where she was the first woman and the first Botswana woman to lead and serve in this capacity for any diamond mining company in Botswana. Nasim Lari from Toronto, and indeed with applause from all over the world at the venue in Gaborone. Welcome to the stage for the keynote address for day 2.
Thank you, Gareth, for the brilliant introduction. I think it's a bit too much for me. I'm a very modest lady, as you can see, so I do get a bit shy. So for those that can't see, I'm actually blushing at the moment. But anyways, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning to Toronto, and good day to all the virtual viewers that we're seeing. I hope I speak to you all, you and your families, while being safe and well in Canada, in Botswana, in these unprecedented times. And I hope that we're all following the regular protocols that we're supposed to because of the pandemic. But before I address the team here and in Toronto and worldwide, I would like to acknowledge the following. Honorable Lefuku Moagi, Minister of Mineral Resources, Green Technology and Energy Security. Mr. Metla Masire, PS, Ministry of Minerals Resources, Green Technology and Energy Security. Mr. Nchidzi Molawa, Deputy PS of the Ministry of Mineral Resources, Green Technology and Energy. Khosi Musari, who I think is not available for us today. Members of the Khamalethi Development Trust, special guests of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, welcome. So today I have the privilege of addressing you all on sustainable mining. But before I do that, I would like to introduce you to Lucara Botswana. Who is Lucara Botswana? Lucara Botswana is owned by a Canadian company, 100% owned by a Canadian company. And as Relufoko mentioned earlier on, it is a very unique setup because we are 100% owned by a Canadian company. We are actually not a government is actually not a shareholder in our company. We are 100% private owned. So one of the reasons that you need to come to Botswana and invest. Lucara Botswana owns a mine called Karue Mine in the central district of Botswana. And this mine is a very, very unique mine. Why do I say that? It's the foremost producer of large stones. We produce large, high-value diamonds. We also produce a very unique type of diamond called the type 2A diamond. And this diamond is 1 to 2% of the world's population of diamonds. So I'm not talking about just a section, but it's the world's population of diamonds. Karue Mine, as we see it, and to my management team that are here, and I think Relefuka as well, because he was here when we recovered our first stone. We are the only diamond mine in the world that has recovered 2 stones in excess of 1,000 carats. The Lesedi Larona, and I think the minister was there to witness that incredible recovery, and the Sewello, which is 1,758 carats. So let me tell you something unique about these 3 stones. Actually, the 2 stones that I'm going to talk about. I won't talk about Lesedi because she's not history, but she's been sold already. So in terms of the Sewello, the 1,758 carat stone, we have gone into a partnership with Louis Vuitton to polish and sell this stone. But the unique relationship about this polishing of the stone is that once the stone is sold, we will take 5% of the gross proceeds and take it back to the community for whatever developments we have within the community. So the first of its kind. And as I talk to you, you'll see I talk about a lot of firsts, world benchmarks, breaking the boundaries in terms of what the diamond industry is doing. And we are doing it at Lucara Botswana. The other thing that I'd like to bring to everyone's attention, worldwide and locally here, is we had a stone called the Constellation, an 813 carat stone. That stone sold for $63 million and picked up the largest price ever for a luxury good item. I know that you've all heard this, but we need to mention it again. So we're breaking the boundaries in the diamond industry. Yes, Botswana has been known for diamonds, but we are making those leading steps towards bringing Botswana back again, not that they're not there, but back again into the market and into the arena. Again, first diamond mine to use a state-of-the-art XRT technology for primary diamond recovery. Primary diamond recovery, remember that. First mine in Africa to use an autogenous mill. And the combination of these two allow us to recover these large stones that I'm talking about, which is the Lesedi, the Sewello, and many of the other beautiful stones that we have. I always say, you know, you have many children, but you love them equally, right? So I love them all. Again, gender diversity. We're quite key in that area. You can see me, and if you look at our board, 70% of our board is female. We are diverse, we are inclusive as well. 98% of our employees are Botswana. This is a very unique situation, I know, in Canada, as well as in some places here in Botswana. And we are doing that as Lucara Botswana. Our local spend, 80% is spent in Botswana, 20% is foreign. We're trying to bridge that gap. But in saying that, what is different about our procurement strategies? We do not own any assets besides the mining assets that we have on our site. We procure accommodation for our employees, with the exception of the 13 houses that we built when we had to, when the mine was still in inception. So those 13, if we discount those, we procure all our accommodation from Letlhakane, from the people that own homes there. We procure all our guest house accommodation for our guests coming on board from Letlhakane. We procure all our catering services from all the ladies and gentlemen that provide those services in Letlhakane. We also use shuttle services from our site to Letlhakane and back to the site, from local operators within Letlhakane. So we're spreading the wealth as we see it, because we do not own those assets. It is what we believe is sustainable for that area. And we're preparing the entrepreneurs in those areas to grow. So that's how we do the procurement. But again, in talking about sustainable mining, it's also looking beyond mining. What we are doing really, really well from a corporate social investment strategy perspective is that we are investing for the long term and not the short term. All our corporate social investment activities look at the long term. I'll talk about our flagship project at this point in time, Mukubilo. Remataba talked about it yesterday in relation to the integrated farm. Why did we go this route? The reason we went this route was specifically because we knew that mining, well, diamond mining, diamonds are finite. In the ground, they're not forever. On the finger, they are. But all I'm saying is that mines do not last forever. They have a life of mine, and what happens to the people beyond that? And that is why we chose something like the Mukubilo Integrated Farm. The reason we chose it, as mentioned yesterday in the presentations, is that the area that we chose was the poorest in the area and had high malnutrition levels. Right now, as we speak, they have an income and they are diversifying to the economy. And the malnutrition numbers, it's not, we have a lot of people that are now uplifted in terms of malnutrition. In fact, I think if I look at the index, it's probably closer to 0 right now. So what are we doing differently from a corporate social investment perspective? We are investing in the future of Botswana and the people in Botswana. Lucara Botswana furnishes 19 villages in the community, and we are trying to help absolutely everyone in those 19 villages that we furnish. Unfortunately, it can't happen overnight, so we're doing it on a stage-by-stage basis. Mukubilo was one of the first projects that we put out there, with the exception of the abattoir, but we're going to the other villages. Right now, we're looking at Kwe, where we're doing the integrated farm as well, but it's more on the small livestock aspect, but it's happening. We're doing that from a corporate social investment perspective, because we know we're here for the long haul, even though our mine is not here for the long haul. So whatever we do now will impact many generations going forward, and that is what we believe is sustainable mining. Again, we didn't stop there. As the pandemic hit, we had to step up very, very quickly, I may add. As the Honorable Minister mentioned, we donated about 3 million pula to the COVID relief fund. That was for obviously fighting the pandemic at a national front and providing PPE for the frontline workers. We also spent in excess of 3.5 million pula for food hampers to over 12 constituencies in Botswana, assisting over 100 families during the national lockdown. We've provided PPE for the communities. We've helped set up isolation pods for the communities and are building more. So this is still an ongoing issue. The pandemic hasn't ended yet. So we will continuously push whatever we can through Lucara Botswana to aid with the pandemic and assist the government, whether it be at national or local level. We will be there for them. We are also assisting with awareness at a national level on gender-based violence. We've taken it nationally, but we're also dealing with it at a local level. In fact, we are communicating to all the 19 villages in the areas that we operate in, specifically to make the people aware about gender-based violence and to specifically deal with the issues at the root cause level. So, what is sustainable mining? Lucara Botswana. That is what sustainable mining is. But just to elaborate a little bit more, I did say I was humble, but I love the company I work for. So I'm gonna show you how humble I am with the company, or modest for the company. But what is sustainable mining? It's mining ethically, responsibly, and also to make sure that you provide the relevant tools and investments to the communities so that they continue beyond the mines. Because we know mines do have an end of life of mine, as we call it. It is to help the government diversify from mining to other areas. And that is what Botswana is trying to do right now. We collaborate with the communities. What we do well in our area, specifically from the sustainability area, is that we communicate continuously with our communities, because we believe that if we continue communicating with the communities, we will understand what those gaps are. So we don't push projects. We talk, we understand, and we make sure that we collaborate. Another point of collaboration is you cannot work alone. In order to get traction on any sustainable mine, is to ensure you collaborate with other operations. We collaborate with the Depswana, a JV between government and De Beers. Currently, we have a water problem in Letlhakane. What we do there is we have excess water on our mine. We provide water to Orapa to use on their mines, and they take the fresh water back to Letlhakane. We've now alleviated the water problem in Letlhakane. So it's not about just us as Lukara Botswana. It's about how we collaborate, and that is what a sustainable miner is. Again, I'll keep saying again, because this is very key. When we look at sustainable mining, it's not about mining the resource, employing the people, and purchasing locally. It's bigger than that. It is about a long-term relationship with the communities by providing them sustainable projects and investments that will sustain them beyond the mining, so that when we leave those areas that we operate in, we do not leave ghost towns or countries. So, I talked about what is required for sustainable mining. I mentioned it a couple of times: collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. It is at the level of government, at the level of operations within the Letlhakane area where we operate, or within the areas that you operate in, whoever the mine is. And again, it's about matching the goals that the company has to the strategic goals of the country. That is very, very key. So why is sustainable mining working so well in Botswana? I think Honorable Lefoko mentioned it. He mentioned the high level of integrity and governance that the country has. That is one of the key reasons why sustainable mining works in Botswana. Again, as we talk about mining in Botswana, the government does not frustrate, it facilitates. We have key people that are sitting here that enable us as Lukara Botswana to make sure that what we want to do, we achieve. The other reason why I believe it's important to come through to Botswana is because as we talk about government and we talk about collaboration, it was very key for Lukara Botswana when we started off the initial projects like the abattoir, the sports complex, the integrated farm. If we did not have support from the government at the national and local level, specifically at the local level, the councils, the communities, the leaders in the communities, if we did not have that, we would not be able to do the projects that we've done and successfully implement them. So that is very, very key, and that is why we are able to do what we can, because Botswana facilitates that. The next steps from here in terms of the conference, I think this 3-day conference is going to bring a lot of traction at an individual, a corporate level. We're having a sign-off tomorrow of an MOU with a community where we're going into milling. So I think with this conference here and looking at what Botswana is bringing to the investors, I think it's quite critical that we try and assist the country to diversify. And I think the key vision of Botswana is to diversify. You've heard the minister talking about the country being the best place to invest. You've heard Gareth talking about the stats around that. I mean, Botswana, this is pre-COVID stats. Botswana is actually the 6th largest economy in Africa, and it's the top 3 rising economies in Africa. Please note that the information that I'm sharing is pre-COVID. And again, and this one here, I can stand with my head on the block here, is that we're the least corrupt country in Africa. We are actually sitting at 34 out of 180 countries in terms of the governance index. So that's pretty good for a country in Africa. In fact, we are the best and we are the blueprint in Africa. So all I'd like to say is, as I close my keynote discussion, I'd like to leave you all with the 3 C's. For those that are in the diamond industry, they know about the 4 C's, right? And that's about the clarity of the diamond. But in sustainable mining, the 3 C's are collaboration, continuous consultation, and commitment by all. If we have all these things here, you are able to be a sustainable miner. Collaboration is with obviously the communities, the government, and the companies that you work with within your area. Continuous consultation is very key to consult with the communities, to understand exactly where they are and where they want to be so that you can bridge that gap. Unfortunately, you can't bridge everything at one go, but at least hit the high impact areas. The other thing that I'd like to share is it's not about the amount of money you put in, it's about the impact and that drive that you get out of the impact of those projects that you put in, which is quite key. And it brings in sustainability. And again, communities, the commitment by all communities, without the interventions of the organizations such as LEA, the Local Enterprise Authority, the communities, the local councils, our projects would not go as far as they are. So you need that collaboration. So at this point, I'd like to leave you with the 3 C's, and I hope it's stuck. Thank you for listening, and I wish you a great day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nasim Lari. Incredible leadership and inspiration, and what passion, reflecting not only simply the company Lucara, but the country and the continent and the relationship that is Canada-Africa. And at this juncture, it is my great pleasure for some closing words of thanks and commentary to welcome once again the chair of our board on behalf of all of our members, Mr. Sebastian Spiogabra, for the word of thanks.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Again, thank you so much, Nasim, for your very strong and wonderful presentation. We really appreciate the partnership and the commitment and the friendship of Lucara Diamonds in making this year's Africa Accelerating a great success. Each year we have one major company who becomes the major sponsor, who becomes really the fulcrum upon which this event occurs. And it's interesting that COVID has actually forced us, Gareth and my colleagues, to have this sort of dual presence, because normally we have the conference just here in Toronto, but because of it being virtual, we've been able to also have it on the African continent. So in a certain sense, the chamber is finally getting to its name, Canada Africa, because to have the conference in 2 spaces at the same time, to have ministers and ambassadors and business leaders on both sides really adds very much. So again, thank you so much, Nasim. Thank you again to Lucara. We really pray for your continued success in Botswana, and we hope that by this time next year, you would be in other African countries also. We hope that your success in Botswana would be transmuted to other African countries. So again, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Lucara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And once again, our sincerest appreciation. Well, we're at a point in the agenda where we're ready to go on to the next panel, and it is incredible to see at various locations around Canada and the continent our speakers who are waiting to join us on that panel. It's going to start with 2 words of remarks, one from the continent and one from Canada. Tariq Khan, who serves leading on as a Director General in Global Affairs, will offer remarks first from Canada, and we'll then go into a welcome from the Ambassador of Mali, the Honorable Ambassador, Her Excellency Fatima Mete, who's going to also be offering a few remarks, which will be preceded by a short video. And then we will have an MOU signing between Mali, their Canada-Mali Chamber, as well as the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business. That MOU is significant because its template was developed in Botswana for the first MOU ever signed by the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business with an African counterpart, and that was at the Gaborone International Convention Center last year. So Lucara, for your leadership, for your pioneering support, for the people of Botswana, indeed we have a template and we are applying in a pan-African manner. Without further ado, Mr. Tariq Khan, who I've had the great pleasure of meeting and who is with us today, also live from the nation's capital in Ottawa. A very warm good morning to you, and thank you very much for joining us to open this particular session.
Good morning, and thank you, Garrett. Can you hear me okay?
It is fabulous. Thank you.
Good morning from Ottawa, where we're seeing our first snowfall here on the ground. So for our colleagues in warmer climes, we certainly envy you as our winter closes in on us. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Excellences et distingués invités, bonjour et bienvenue. C'est aussi un honneur de donner quelques mots de bienvenue et d'ouverture pour cette session avant son Excellence l'ambassadeur Fatima Maite du Mali. We're very excited to hear about the signing of the MOU between the 2 chambers of Mali and the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business. It's an excellent step forward. Je tiens à remercier la Chambre commerciale Canada-Afrique de nous avoir accordé l'opportunité de nous adresser à cette conférence, Africa Accelerating. J'aimerais aussi remercier la Chambre commerciale Canada-Afrique d'avoir organisé cet événement exhaustif qui nous permettra d'explorer ensemble le thème de cette année, the template for success. So a big thank you to the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for putting together this comprehensive event and with this excellent theme, the template for success. We're very happy to, I'm happy to offer a few comments to open up the session on owning the natural resource benefits, impact supply chains and new businesses for flourishing communities. And I'll just start off by saying one very simple thing, which is that the government of Canada is absolutely committed to supporting increasing trade and investment between Canada and Africa. You heard mention from Minister Gould of the level of ministerial engagement we've had with in Africa over the last year. Earlier this year, Prime Minister Trudeau had a successful visit to Ethiopia and Senegal following his participation at the Africa Union Summit. As well, our Trade Minister, Minister Ng, made a very successful visit to South Africa, Kenya, and Ethiopia in February. And we also had visits by our Foreign Affairs Minister, Minister Champagne, and of course, Minister Gould, who I accompanied on a visit to DRC. And that was her very first visit upon taking up her new portfolio. So I think all of these visits are a great indicator of the value that Canada places in our relationship with Africa, and of course, our interest in positioning ourselves as an important trading and investment partner for Africa. Our ministers have also been engaging their diplomatic counterparts here in Ottawa from African countries, and the conversation continues, not just in spite of the COVID reality that we're all living in, but in some ways because of it. So the interest and engagement in ensuring that the momentum that we have in advancing the relationship over the past year is not lost, that momentum continues. The West and Central Africa region, which I engage with, has one of the youngest populations in the world, as was mentioned by a previous speaker. And this has the demographic dividend that we speak of course, offers many great potential advantages and opportunities for businesses who are seeking to work in Africa. We have additional education and training opportunities through partnership with Canada's higher learning institutions. Think of our universities, our community colleges, and our CEGEPs, and through the participation of Canadian companies in local economies. All of this can serve to significantly enhance economic activity alongside with the demographic growth that we see through this young and vibrant population in African countries. Le Canada possède de nombreux avantages à offrir aux économies de la région, de l'Afrique centrale et de l'Ouest. En tant que pays bilingue doté d'une société multiculturelle dynamique, le Canada apporte des avantages naturels à nos relations commerciales avec les divers pays de l'Afrique centrale et de l'Ouest, qui ensemble constituent la plus grande population francophone en dehors de l'Europe. I'm going to go back on that one in English. Canada has many advantages to offer economies of West and Central Africa when we engage. We're a bilingual country with a strong multicultural society, and we bring natural advantages that help us enhance our commercial relations with the diverse countries of West and Central Africa, which combined is the largest French-speaking bloc outside of Europe. So I encourage companies and Canadian partners to be thinking, when you think of opportunity in sub-Saharan Africa, also think of our Francophone advantage and how we bring that advantage to the table in engaging with those countries. Canada's companies are a prime source of expertise to deal with supply chain management and in bringing resources to market. Our priority areas include engineering, financial services, training, technology, renewable energy and infrastructure. Last year, our provincial government authorities, such as the government of Alberta, sent multiple and comprehensive trade missions to Africa to create greater collaboration in the field of natural resources. So as we see construction in some areas of the natural resource sector, like such as here in Canada in terms of oil and gas in places like Alberta, Alberta still sees immense opportunity for engaging in supply chain and the sharing of expertise with African countries. Canadian companies also partner with our higher learning institutions to provide training to the next generation of natural resource experts in Africa. And this helps additionally assist the local markets and increase the knowledge economy in these countries. Our Canadian model of training is all about helping foster better people-to-people links between our countries, training of trainers, and leading to greater innovation. Pour soutenir nos entreprises, nous avons 5 délégués commerciaux principaux responsables des sections commerciales dans 9 missions diplomatiques canadiennes. Les délégués commerciaux principaux sont soutenus par des dizaines de délégués commerciaux recrutés localement. Ces employés représentent les experts résidents de leur pays, ce qui permet au Canada d'avoir accès aux responsables de la prise de décision et de maintenir nos relations avec les organisations internationales telles que la Banque africaine de développement. Ces délégués commerciaux sont les points focaux de l'engagement commercial avec les 23 pays d'Afrique centrale et de l'Ouest. So to support our companies, we have 5 senior trade commissioners responsible for trade sections in 9 Canadian diplomatic missions, embassies or high commissions in West and Central Africa. And these senior trade commissioners, what we call our STCs, are supported by dozens of locally engaged trade commissioners. These are resident experts of their countries in fostering commercial relations. They help give Canada access to decision makers in these countries, and they help us maintain our relationships with the key international organizations, including financing organizations such as the African Development Bank. Our STCs are the focal points for our commercial engagement with 23 countries in West and Central Africa. So I encourage you to reach out to the STCs to see them as a source of support and advice, and to engage them in your efforts. The development of Canada's natural resources, as we all know, was a big part of the story of our own evolution as a nation. It was our boon to our country's growth, and we now support that Canadian expertise in responsible natural resource development abroad. We know we have lots to share in terms of lessons learned and best practices. Our mining presence is considerable, with over $26 billion in mining assets in Africa, representing approximately 10% of Canada's mining assets globally. Canada has partnered with several countries in West and Central Africa in the natural resources sector. For example, in 2018, our commercial engagement in the mining sector in Burkina Faso, Ghana, DRC, and Mali, these 4 countries alone, amounted to $8.3 billion Canadian, or nearly 5% of all of our mining assets abroad. In oil and gas, we are a world leader in reducing emissions as a result of technological and efficiency improvements, less venting of emissions, and reductions in the percentage of crude bitumen being upgraded to synthetic crude oil. The water used in crude oil production is recycled at a high rate, which is over 75%. Le Canada soutient et encourage également les meilleures pratiques en matière de conduite responsable des entreprises. Les délégués commerciaux s'engagent très tôt auprès des entreprises canadiennes à adopter volontairement les meilleures pratiques et les directives respectées au niveau international en matière de conduite responsable des affaires. So Canada also supports and promotes best practices for responsible business conduct. Our trade commissioners engage Canadian companies early on to adopt voluntary best practices and principles related to business and human rights, and internationally respected guidelines on responsible business conduct. Our approach to responsible business conduct seeks a balance between engaging companies early to prevent disputes and providing access to remedy. Canada has 2 dispute resolution mechanisms, the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise and the National Contact Point for the OECD Guidelines for Multinational Enterprises. We hope that every time we assist a Canadian company in our markets, they leave the legacy of fostering stronger and broader commercial engagement, a positive lasting impression, and that legacy of a sustainable natural resource sector based on best practice and high standards and principles. I'll just make a final word about the current COVID-19 pandemic. Our network of trade commissioners and diplomatic missions have remained strongly engaged across the continent while respecting the local measures placed to reduce the transmission of the virus. I'm happy to say that the number of commercial engagement opportunities identified by our trade commissioners and pursued by Canadian companies has actually increased during the pandemic, as well as our rate of economic outcomes that have been facilitated, such as new MOUs. This is a great sign that our momentum has not been lost. And despite the challenges that Africa will face in terms of economy, and health in the coming years as a result of COVID, we have the great potential to stimulate growth, to stimulate business and job opportunities. And I'm confident that once we emerge from the current health crisis, our engagement with our local partners will be stronger than ever. Thank you again to the Canada-Africa Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to speak to the group today. I wish you an excellent conference and an excellent session. Merci beaucoup.
Director General Tariq Khan, thank you very much, and for your hands-on approach in leading us, particularly with the focus on West Africa. And as I'm set to welcome our West African counterpart from the African government side, a warm welcome to those of you who have just signed into this session. It's just after 9 a.m. in Toronto, 3 p.m. in Gaborone and across much of the African continent. And this session, Owning the Natural Resource Benefits, we're going to be tackling impact, supply chains, and new businesses for flourishing communities. And in that context, before we welcome our panelists, I would like to, at this particular point, welcome the chair of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for the introduction of the Honorable Ambassador, Her Excellency Fatima Maite. We'll then go into a short video, the remarks, and then a signing of the MOU. All of that should take just a few minutes. Chair of the Board, Sebastian Spiogabra. Thank you.
Thanks again, Gareth, Excellence, bonjour, good morning. It's a real great honor and a high privilege to introduce Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Mali to Canada. It is quite fitting that we have Her Excellency deliver her remarks this morning. Some of you may know that mining has been going on in Mali for centuries, and according to actually Encyclopedia Britannica and Wikipedia, Mansa Musa is the wealthiest man who has ever lived. He was wealthier than Elon Musk, he's wealthier than Bill Gates, he's wealthier than Warren Buffett. And that is a story that if I think, Gareth, maybe one day we have to have a Hollywood, we have to have a studio, we have to have a film production, because that is a story that has to be told. Because oftentimes when we think of Africa, most people think of poverty, they think of disease, malaise, all kinds of problems. Very few people actually connect Africa to the wealthiest man who ever lived. According to historical records from Ibn Battuta and others, when Mansa Musa made his journey to Mecca, for 10 years, he depressed the price of gold in the world. He carried so much gold from Mali to the Middle East and to the Mediterranean that for 10 years. I mean, can you imagine somebody on earth today who has so much wealth that he can depress the price of a global commodity for 10 years? So that is the great country that Her Excellency Fatima Maite represents. So it's really just fitting to introduce Your Excellency to deliver a few remarks at this conference. And I say these things oftentimes to reorient us as Africans and as people who love Africa of the greatness of Africa, which sort of over the years has sort of been lost, and how we, the younger generation of Africans, have to reclaim it, and so that we can sit at the table of all the great civilizations of the world and really contribute again to the world's progress. So again, thank you so much, Your Excellency, and thank you, Gareth.
And we'll now play the short video. Thank you very much, Chair, and Her Excellency will address us.
Great reasons why you should go for Mali. A strategic location at the heart of West Africa and bordered by 7 countries with 5 accessible ports. A member of 2 monetary and economic hubs, WEMU and ECOWAS. A fast-growing economy. An average annual growth rate of 5% over the past 10 years. A low inflation rate of 1.7%, growing middle-class revenues and consumption levels. A thriving economic potential to explore. Africa's #1 cotton producer, #1 cereal producer. The first and only producer of wheat in WEMU. West Africa's second livestock producer, Africa's third gold producer, an abundant and low-cost workforce. Over 60% of the population is under 20, an affordable minimum wage, a competitive legal and regulatory framework, a constantly improving business climate, a government fostering private investments, a very attractive investment code, a rich and authentic culture, 14 sites inscribed on the World Cultural Heritage List, widely known artists acclaimed worldwide. How easy is it to settle in Mali? You can create a company in 72 hours, rely on 2 guarantee funds, repatriate 100% of your funds, benefit from up to 30 years of tax exemption, retain 100% foreign ownership. So go and be a deal maker. Be one of the pioneers. Unlock the Malian potential. Mali, land of opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, my great pleasure to welcome up the Honorable Ambassador of Mali to Canada, Her Excellency Fatima Mete.
Thank you, Garrett. Thanks to the Africa-Canada Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to this event that put together economic actors of Africa and Canada that to contribute to Africa economy acceleration. We put in place the Canada-Mali Chamber of Commerce in order to promote economic relationship and develop trade between Canada and Mali. The Canada-Mali Chamber of Commerce bring together and mobilize businessmen and businesswomen from Canada and Mali to contribute to the economic prosperity of Canada and the dynamism of the economy of Mali. The Canada-Mali Chamber of Commerce will work with various Canadian and Malian trade support services to facilitate the internalization of Canadian companies in Mali and support Malian diaspora businesses in Canada. The Chamber will provide strategic information and resources to its members to strengthen trust and reinforce trade between the two countries. We have Canadian major players such as B2Gold and I Am Gold as members of the Chamber. B2Gold invests $1 billion and hire 900,000 Malians in its mine company. Beside the mining and beside B2Gold undertook social project to undermine mining effect on the environment. In the Chamber, we will promote trade diversification between Mali and Canada in the sectors such as the energy, agribusiness, education, digitalization, by also adding value in the chain of production in Mali and Canada to create jobs. We are very happy to sign the agreement with the Africa-Canada Chamber of Commerce today. It is an honor for me to do that act with your organization. Thank you very much. Pardon? Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those remarks and for your leadership. And at this particular point, as our respective VIPs make their way for the signing of this particular MOU, I'd just like to underscore that this MOU is one that is based on the template developed in Botswana, as alluded to earlier, at the conference supported by Lucara at the Gaborone International Convention Center last year. It was the first MOU by the Chamber and has become a template for several other MOUs, including one signed in Ethiopia and another in South Africa during visits of Prime Minister Ng as well as Prime Minister Trudeau earlier this year. I'll now introduce each of those who will be signing, who will take a moment to come forward for their signature. The camera will now pass over to our signatories for this particular historic moment. I invite the chair of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, Mr. Sebastian Spio-Gabra, representing Canada for this particular signing, to step forward and do so. Thank you, sir. Representing the Mali business community and leadership of the government of Mali, Her Excellency Fatima Meite. And thank you very much, formal witnesses. In addition to all of you around the world today, Susan Namolindwa and Mr. Jacques Numtumve, both vice presidents of the chamber, will be adding their signature during the break as well. Thank you very much, and a great applause on this historic agreement. Well, as we move into the program now, once again, working with the model of the template for success, the theme of this conference today, I'd like to welcome our first speaker to set the tone for the panel, Veronica Neon-Jones. Veronica serves as a leader at the International Finance Corporation and has served in a number of roles across the world, including those of the White House, various multinational institutions, the World Bank, and brings in with her education from Harvard's Kennedy School. She is a prolific speaker. She's well known across the globe, and her focus and partnership with Canada has been immense in terms of work with Global Affairs Canada in delivering objectives around sustainability and broad-based community engagement. She will be followed by the next two speakers, our panelists from individual companies, who will be giving effect and practical examples to some of the details that we've discussed today on this particular theme. Those panelists are from none other than B2 Gold, Mr. Neil Reeder, former ambassador and great leader here in Canada, as well as Mr. Nikolai Christoph, who represents Dundee Precious Metals. Both are vice presidents of those respective firms. Without further ado, joining us live from Washington, D.C., Veronica Neon-Jones to open the panel.
Good morning and good afternoon. Gareth, thank you so much for that very generous introduction. I'm so honored to be with all of you today, and what I've been listening, really identifying and resonating with the remarks so far. And I think what struck me the most was the focus on the greatness of Africa and how we can all contribute to supporting that. So really thrilled to be here with you today. And I'm gonna, we can go to the next slide. Thank you so much. I'll get some help. So normally I like to start any kind of public presentation with music, because that's just how I roll. And so I want you to imagine, since I'm not there with you in person today, we can't do this. I'm going to give you the option of imagining two songs in your head to kind of get us into the right frame of mind. So one would be Shaking the Tree by Youssou N'Dour and Peter Gabriel. I think that's very consistent with what we're going to talk about today. Or if you're more on the Western side, maybe you can imagine from the 80s, Donna Summer's She Works Hard for the Money. So these are the kinds of artistic inspirations I want you to have in the backdrop today. So I would like to really focus today on how can we better harness the role and reach of natural resource companies and their value chains by putting women and young people and digital connections at the center of development. So today I'm going to try and share with you kind of the human face of benefit sharing and give many examples really that have been possible because of partnerships with the government of Canada, as well as the governments of many African nations. And as I share these examples with you, I just want to say that I am really filled with hope that this is a terrible time. We're all experiencing it. But the examples that I'm going to share with you sustain this feeling of hope for me, and look forward to hearing your views as well. So Gareth kindly mentioned that I'm with IFC. We're the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. And benefit sharing is absolutely at the core of what we do. We try to catalyze private sector development, private sector investment for positive development outcomes. I work in the infrastructure and natural resource department. Our current portfolio is about 59 billion in long-term finance. Last year, I think we invested 11 billion and mobilized another 11 billion. So it's loans, equity, but also blended finance. And many of you know our ESG performance standards, as well as our bespoke advisory. And of course, we support mining, energy, transport, utilities, municipal finance, and telecom. But I'm going to really focus on our mining and natural resource portfolio today. So 50% of our investments in mining are in Africa. And our intention is to catalyze shared infrastructure and long-term economic growth. Some of our focus areas today include power to mines, also SDG and green finance, and climate smart mining. So that's in partnership with the World Bank Group, the Dutch government, Anglo-American Rio Tinto. And the idea is that, climate smart mining is about a just transition to new technology and the required minerals and metals that will reduce emissions, but also shift jobs and livelihoods in many countries. So we have to think about how that's going to happen. In fact, right now, with the Mining Association of Canada, we're actually collaborating on a net zero roadmap to think through what the implications of some of these minerals and metals could be for a greener economy. As Gareth mentioned, I head up our Sustainable Infrastructure Advisory Group. We actually launched a paper on the art and science of benefit sharing several years ago now at PDAC. And I really want to thank Global Affairs Canada. We have had over a decade of collaboration across continents, and that has really shaped our development impact, but also enabled us to codify good practice. And it really helps that we have such a shared vision around gender and accountability and climate. So we can keep going through the slides. Thank you so much, Bianca. Wonderful. So Canada's support has allowed us over the years to really focus on vulnerable groups, including women and youth, frankly, before this was popular. I mean, our clients are so eager to get this support now, but that wasn't always the case. And of course, we know that in sub-Saharan Africa, the position of women is drastically unequal. 15% of land owned by, only 15% of land is owned by women. 74% of women are still working in the informal sector, and women spend about 40 billion hours a year collecting water. But it's unequal at the global level too. So globally, women make up 39% of the workforce, but only 20% of boards and 7% of Fortune 500 CEOs. So driven by experience and in response to client demand, we've developed 4 gender toolkits for natural resource companies. So one focused on, integrating women from the workforce to the board, one on integrating women in SMEs and supply chain, also in community engagement, and specifically on gender-based violence. Again, you can go to comdev.org for all of these resources that I'm going to talk about today. We're in fact currently producing a guidance on gender responsive training methods based on our work in Guinea. And it's really helping people just think through, what do I need to consider if I want to make sure that my capacity building attracts women and retains women and is meaningful to women? Simple things like, is there safe transport to where the training will be? Is there childcare considered in the design? How do we deliver virtual gender assessments, which is something our team is doing a lot of now? Similarly with youth, as you all know, and has been mentioned here today, over 50% of the global population is now below 30, and 90% of them live in emerging markets. So Africa's population is on track to, nearly double by 2050. And young people, 75% of the workforce, or will be by 2025, but they're 3 times more likely to be unemployed. So actually, in relation to COVID, the ILO recently did a study on young people from 112 countries, and they found that 73% have experienced school closure, 13% have been left with no access to education, and 18% lost jobs. But again, a source of hope, 33% of those young people are volunteering. So how do we continue to harness that energy and potential? So everything we do targets women and youth, not just for their own sake, but for the sake of society and the sake of the private sector. And now I'm going to give you sort of 3 categories of things that I can't stop thinking about. That's in addition, of course, to the US election. As mentioned, I live in Washington, D.C., so that is hard to avoid. In fact, many times thinking about these programs in Africa and the globe give me more hope than sometimes I feel at home these days. So I want to talk about local institutional capacity building, SMEs and COVID realities, and the digital path forward. So we can keep going. Let's go to, yes, perfect, thank you. So in terms of local institutional capacity building, economic development initiatives, as you know, must partner with and build the capacity of local institutions to ensure long-term durability. I mean, we've all seen a natural resource project stall or stop. And what happens to those local suppliers when things come to a screeching halt? So we have to ensure that our investments in local economic development are diversified and also have some longer-term institutional capacity. We've had a long history with Canada, as I mentioned, investing both in local content, local economic development, and this institutional capacity building. And I'm really grateful today for the Pan-African Regional Development Program in GAC for their ongoing support. We've partnered with Canada in Latin America, in Asia, and our role as a global program within IFC is to really cross-fertilize and pilot all of those experiences and bring the best practice to our clients and partners. So just one quick example is we fast forwarded, but that's okay. If we can go back one slide, was the Peru Apurimac support, where Apurimac is intended to be the boom area for mining of the future. But as many of you know, Peru hasn't always had a perfect experience with how they translate mining into positive local development. So we had a chance to go in and invest early in building government capacity and enable citizen participation in the empowerment of women. So we worked with 7 municipalities and they were able to implement $44 million worth of projects to increase access to electricity, water, sanitation, and health. But through this program and with Canada's support, we were also able to address, and it was essential to address, cultural and systemic barriers to women's empowerment. And in fact, it was so powerful that the government has adopted those gender-based violence prevention practices that were designed through this program. Similarly, in Mongolia, so there has been a long source of conflict you can imagine in the arid South Gobi Desert area where there is a lot of mining activity. But there was concern from local herders, from local government, how was the mining industry using water? So we went in and water was being used as a political lightning rod, not really for the best decision-making always. So we convened mining roundtables for over 3 years to develop joint standards for water management and data sharing, which was so important. And this really helped to build trust. We had many mining companies sign on to a voluntary code of conduct. In fact, EITI endorsed water disclosure in Mongolia as a big part of their process going forward. And over 1,500 citizens and local government officials have been trained in groundwater management. So what happens when we take this to Africa? Let's start with Guinea. We have been in Guinea for a long time in partnership with Canada, and the government of Guinea has been so supportive. We started with a one-stop shop where we helped the government create a place where you could go and actually register local businesses much, much faster than had been previously done. And this would allow local businesses to compete for supply chain contracts. Now, more recently, to complement that, we've been working on the buyer and suppliers marketplace. And this has really created an opportunity to support linkages between mining companies, large contractors, and local suppliers to facilitate contracts, training, and access to finance. And the results have been over 1,000 companies registered, local companies, 1,500 people trained, including many women and youth, and over $7 million in contracts. But it doesn't stop in Guinea. So also there's examples in Ghana. And in fact, in Ghana, we have been working closely with the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So I feel like it was a very relevant example here today, as well as some of the more regional chambers, because they wanted help actually supporting more rigorously local suppliers in their engagement with oil, gas, and mining supply chains. So we help them with attracting new members, responsive membership services, partnerships with key stakeholders, including women, corporate governance, secretariat skills, et cetera. And we help them organize some training programs for women's groups using online platforms, and have really helped them think about this shift to kind of online and virtual service delivery since COVID. Another example, and forgive me if I'm moving too fast, but another example is in Kenya, their Turkana Biashara Center, which is their enterprise center alongside the Ministry of Trade. You know, this is Kenya's poorest county, an arid region with mostly nomadic populations. And so by supporting the Biashara Center with the Ministry of Trade there, they are now better placed to deliver training, identify relevant market opportunities. We've created an SME database, helped them host a business exchange expo, and making sure that in their training of trainers, at least a third of them are women. One more example, if we go to Cote d'Ivoire, and again, this is all in partnership with host governments and the government of Canada. We've been working with Azito, an energy client for IFC. Azito Village Association received over $3 million in land compensation, but then they needed to figure out how were they going to govern these funds. So we've been working together with their municipal government to make sure that all of their financial transactions are official. Also that there's financial literacy training for all municipal managers and office holders. And we've been working with citizens on a community scorecard, which is a participatory methodology for ensuring that local communities are engaged in planning and monitoring of these programs. This is actually a methodology that's been around for a while. In fact, Carmen Malena in Canada is very well known for supporting this work, but we helped translate what originally had been done by local governments to be applicable for private sector companies to roll out this methodology and make sure that they have the voice and participation and accountability in designing their own programs that they need.
Well, thank you very much, Veronica, and for those examples as well that you've so kindly provided to us. I know we've just gone slightly over time, but in case you wanted to just conclude with any final message, please do so. That is really, really awesome.
Gareth, I really appreciate that. Yes, in fact, the most important thing that I wanted to mention, so forgive me if we can fast forward on the slides. I think maybe I got a different message in terms of how much time I had, so forgive me. I will skip over all of the COVID support that has been provided and the work with youth and designing COVID messaging and delivery. I really want to focus on the digital transformation and the digital path forward. So as we know, women and youth And companies will be best served if they really harness this digital transformation. And one easy win for companies is to partner with the government to actually provide more of their data in an open space to ensure that young entrepreneurs and female entrepreneurs have access to mining is surrounded by data, and going forward is going to be housing even more volumes of data. This can really unleash economic opportunities. And so I'd love to encourage mining companies to think about how they can share this data, as we've done in Mongolia and Ghana and other places. And then also to invest in digital skills literacy for their surrounding communities. There's a huge opportunity here, as you all know, to make sure that people in Africa and other places have opportunity to engage, but they have to have access to data. And this literacy in terms of digital skills to make the most of that. So I will stop there. Forgive me for going over. I'm so excited to hear from Neil and Nikolai. Very sorry for any delay. Thanks again.
Not at all, Veronica. Thank you so much. Veronica Neon-Jones joining us from Washington, D.C. at the IFC. And thanks very much for the very tangible examples. I know Lucara is implementing so many of these measures, and no doubt we'll see with B2Gold as well as Dundee Precious Metals that same sort of approach. I'm going to ask our two panelists who are joining following that excellent context set by Veronica to please turn their cameras on quickly. I'm going to be introducing each of you and ask that you have your cameras on as I begin, starting with Neil Reeder. He joined B2Gold following a very distinguished career in the government of Canada with over 35 years of service. Neil helped advance Canada's trade, its foreign policy, and our development agenda during several different diplomatic postings overseas. Of those, he concluded 7 senior positions, all of them in Ottawa as well. Most recently, he served as Canada's ambassador to the Philippines. His previous ambassadorial postings included Canada's High Commission to Brunei, as well as Canadian ambassador to Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Honduras. He's also served as deputy head of mission in Mexico. Mr. Reeder speaks 3 languages. He's graduated with several degrees, and he is currently at B2Gold leading some of the fantastic efforts of investments both into Mali, but also into Namibia, among other jurisdictions in which B2Gold operates. And that MOU with reference to B2Gold, in no small measure, a part of their support for organizations like the Mali Chamber, as well as the Canada-Africa Chamber. Another standing supporter, Nikolai Christov, Dundee Precious Metals, where he serves as vice president. He obtained both a Master of Science and a PhD in mineral processing from the University of Mining and Geology in Sofia, and he's completed a variety of courses in engineering and international relations on economics. He's got an advanced program management degree or qualification from Harvard Business School, and he's also held several positions in mining, both from an expertise and scientific perspective, but also on the development side. And he's established a foundation for the continuous improvement of communities in which mining takes place. He currently serves, as mentioned, as Vice President for External Relations and for Sustainability. It's my great pleasure to welcome both of you, beginning, if I may go, to the Vice President for Government Relations at the great company B2Gold, Mr. Neil Reeder. Ambassador, welcome.
It's muted, man. Okay. Thank you very much, Gareth, and thank you again to Veronica for her remarks as well. Let me first congratulate you, Gareth, and the members of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for this entire conference. This is very interesting discussions over 3 days, and again, you set the mark very high in terms of the kind of dialogue that you're promoting. I'd like to also congratulate Ambassador Mete for the signing of the MOU. Again, we're very happy to have her with us in Canada, a very dynamic, innovative ambassador. And finally, a special welcome to the guests in Botswana, a country, of course, of interest to B2Gold, where we've had extensive exploration as well. So next slide, please. So this is the world according to B2Gold. Just very quickly, a Vancouver-based company, proudly Canadian. We have 3 producing mines in Mali, in Namibia, and in the Philippines. We also have exploration projects in a number of countries, including in Mali, in Finland, Uzbekistan, and in Japan. Colombia is on the map. We're finishing a final feasibility study, which will be ready early next year, and we may be looking at building our next mine in Antioquia province in Colombia. Our current production is about 1 million ounces of gold annually. We're one of the fastest growing miners. Our production has gone from 0 ounces in 2007 to over 1 million projected this year. So we've had a very strong engagement internationally. We are proud of what we do, and we're a very responsible miner, a company based on 4 principles: fairness, accountability, respect, and transparency. Next slide. So I'm going to focus my remarks primarily on our work in Mali and talking about economic benefit, but also talking about capacity building, sharing of skills, training, etc. So this slide just gives you an idea of the direct benefits that we provide in Mali. The total investment with B2Gold is in the order of $1 billion US, as the ambassador mentioned. We've had a very good relationship with the government of Mali, and the Mali government, of course, is 20% owner in the Fekola mine. As part of the mining code in Mali, they get an automatic 10% share of the mine, which they can increase by 10%, and they chose to do so. So this just gives you an idea of the impact of our benefits for the communities and for the governments where we operate. Next slide. So here we're talking about advancing employment for Malians. It's very important to note, I think this is common now across the sector, the emphasis on hiring local, training local, building capacity local. As you'll see, 93% of our workforce is Malian, with the total employee numbers of over 2,000, including permanent employees and contractors. Next slide. We give high priority to advancing Malians across management and to senior management positions. As per the first bullet here, we're talking about increasingly filling senior management positions with Malians. We have understudy programs underway now to identify and advance young Malian employees with good potential for management, to take them through the mine, through the management in the country, and give them increasingly senior opportunities with a view to eventually having the vast majority of the mine run by Malian staff. This program has also been implemented at our mine in Namibia to advance what are called previously disadvantaged persons. In the case of Namibia, families, people who came up through the apartheid regime and did not have equal opportunity in that country. Next slide. Just a slide here to talk about supply chain and local procurement. Veronica touched on some of this as well in her remarks. We have an independent supplier code of conduct, which is on our website and which must be agreed to by all mine suppliers. So we're committed to complying with the various international obligations, and we expect the same of our suppliers in terms of their management of employees, labor, respect for human rights, the environment, etc. So the supplier code of conduct is central to our work and central to our engagement of suppliers outside of the mine itself. Next slide. So where possible, we try to give preference to local suppliers. The idea, of course, as has been mentioned, is to build up the local economy, particularly SMEs, so they can benefit from this huge investment in their community by providing goods and services to us, by having the opportunity to learn, to be able to advance their businesses using the mine as a provider of services where they can benefit directly from the presence of the mine and build up their companies. These are a couple examples here. For example, we've got a major contract for lime, which is used in the recovery of gold in the leaching process. So we've now got a Malian supplier for the lime. We don't have to bring it from another country in West Africa. We also now have a pilot project underway. 20% of our food and cleaning supplies are being sourced from a Malian company. Next slide. Now we'll turn to capacity building, just to give you an idea of some of the programs that we have. The AFEC program has been very, very important for people living in the mine community and within 40 to 50 kilometers around the mine site, where we've tried to develop technical vocational skills to help meet the labor market needs and also help develop small business enterprises. Obviously, in a pastoral culture, like in rural Mali, where we operate in the far west of Mali, along the border with Senegal, it's very important for people to be able to attain skills, technical skills, vocational skills, which gives them great potential to advance in the society, in the economy, long after the life of mine. We're very conscious that 12, 15 years out, our activities may begin to slow down in Mali. And at that point, we want to be able to transfer skills and capacity to people in the community so they can have more prosperous and successful lifestyles after us. This program, as is mentioned, jointly funded by Global Affairs Canada and B2Gold, managed by Co-Water Sojema. The program now is coming towards its end. It has been very successful. It was conducted through the support of the previous government of former Prime Minister Harper, and we'd be very happy to see a program like this continue with joint funding with the current Canadian government. So 2,200 members of the local communities have received training as of the end of December last year. Next slide. A key to this project has been the creation of the Kenieba Vocational Training Center, which is mentioned in the third bullet. This one is based about 40 kilometers from the mine site, which is the largest community in our neighborhood. And again, we will be able to maintain funding of that center to train students in basic skills, but very important ones: restaurant skills, catering, welding, electricity, carpentry, auto mechanics. Very important skill sets for young people. And the interest and success of this program has been very, very significant. As you'll note, as of the end of last year, already 133 graduates, including 68 women. Next slide. I'm now going to turn just to talk about resettlement and skills training. This is a very interesting project. As a voluntary decision, B2Gold decided to fund the resettlement of over 3,000 people whose village was basically on the mine site. And as a result, we decided to proceed with a $20 million US investment to provide new housing for them along the IFC performance standards. So New Fadugu Village, villagers have new housing, all with solar panels for electricity, enhanced water distribution, so no one has to go more than 200 meters to get fresh water in the village, which is quite remarkable for rural Mali. We also built community facilities, police station, a mosque, and a market. So these people now have much better living environment than they had before, but we've also transferred skills because, as you'll see, we created 400 jobs during construction, and that construction team was recruited locally and using local construction material. At the same time, some of the skills that were learned during construction of the village were also applied in the construction of the mine. So we're able to bring people from a pastoral existence to learning skills which can be applied immediately in the mining context, but also hopefully in the future. Next slide. We're very proud of this project, which will be launched early in the new year. This is our signature development project at the mine site. $10 million US over 5 years. We focused on agriculture. And obviously, we're looking for where we can build capacity and build up the community in a sector where they're comfortable with. And all roads led us back to agriculture, deciding that was probably the best investment. So we've got a 500-hectare zone near the existing mining site, and we're developing now a whole series of various agriculture projects, as you can see, which will be brought out, pushed out over the coming 5 years as part of this project. Again, meant to ensure that at end of life of mine, you've got a capacity to carry on with commercial production for the benefit not only of local communities, but also of export of those projects farther afield within Mali. So we're very, very happy with that, and a project that we're placing a great deal of emphasis on going forward. Next slide. I wanted to throw in this slide. It's a little different area of cooperation, but we're very proud of our partnership with UNICEF Mali. We had been in dialogue with UNICEF Mali for some time because they are undertaking a number of projects to assist vulnerable girls and women, children, working near the small miner sites. As you're well aware, there are thousands of small miners in Mali, and we've had small mining in the country literally for centuries. And as a result, you will find large groups of hundreds, thousands of small miners that move around the country, including in our area, looking to take advantage of informal mining opportunities in and around commercial mine sites. These aren't healthy situations, especially for girls and children who can be exposed to violence, abuse, and sexual exploitation. So our project with UNICEF Mali, which is $1 million US project over 3 years, will provide daycare facilities on site to small miner children and girls in the mine area. We'll also provide health facilities, child-friendly spaces, and some access to education so that they can have an opportunity for a better life, but also be protected from risk given the situations that they're working in. So again, a shout out to UNICEF Mali for this project, which we wholeheartedly support. As a final slide, the next one just to talk on education, which obviously has been a theme of my comments today. This photo on the left, Mohamed Diarra is our country manager from Mali. On the right, he's opening with the village elders a new secondary school that we've funded in the communities around the mine site. This was very important because up until now, there was no secondary school in the mine region, and that meant that young boys and girls had to travel 40 kilometers and be billeted with families to get secondary education far away from home. And unfortunately, that led to some situations of abuse of the children, and it wasn't a good situation. So we worked with the local community, and we began then this process of funding secondary schools so that the children could stay close in and then go further afield for studies at the college university level when they're a little older and more mature in life and less vulnerable to abuse or anything like that. So this just sets out some of the work that we've done in the education sector. The bursary program has been very successful. We've also initiated a university level scholarship program for young Malians who are studying in Bamako, but we're also looking now at bringing some of them to Canada for further studies, either in Quebec or in one of the French-speaking universities like University of Ottawa, because we want to give them the opportunity as well to show that there is a chance for them to do higher studies both in the country but also in Canada. The last point is very important as well. We're very proud to support the new African School of Mines. This is being developed through support from the mining sector and from the government of Mali. And this would be based in Bamako, but would provide studies in geology, engineering for young West African students, not only from Mali, but from neighboring countries in West Africa. And again, something very, very important, because right now, those students would have to go to South Africa or points farther afield if they want to study in the area of geology engineering, mining engineering. And this way we'd be able to provide that training for them in Bamako. So we're very excited by this. Again, it's in the early phase, but B2Gold has provided $1 million US to assist in the setting up of the School of Mines. So that's basically the summary that I wanted to make. Again, I'm very glad to be with you all today. I do want to thank especially the government of Mali, the local and regional governments, which have been incredible partners of B2Gold throughout the process. And I would say that, you know, we've had a very difficult transition in Mali in recent weeks, but we're pleased to see that we've got an interim government that has been created with a new president, vice president, prime minister, and cabinet. We're now engaging with the new interim minister of mines, and we look forward to working with them. And also we recognize the commitment of the interim government to move to new presidential and legislative elections within 18 months. And that's a very important process going forward. So thanks again to the government of Mali, to Ambassador Meiti for all her support for the success of B2Gold in Mali. It's a collaborative venture, one that counts on the community support, local support, the support of the regional government, and of course the national government. Thank you very much.
Mr. Reader, thank you very, very much. It's my great pleasure now to welcome Nikolai Christoph as our final closing panelist.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Garrett, I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for convening this event again. We are great supporters of the collaboration between the continents, and great supporters of the chamber as well. So thank you very much for organizing, and thank you very much for inviting me to present our journey around the globe, and more specifically in Africa and Namibia. So I'll try to move the slides if I can. As Neil mentioned, this is the world according to DPM now. We have two producing mines in Eastern Europe, gold mines. And we have another operation which is in Namibia, in the town of Tsumeb, which is the northern part of Namibia. So we are a mining company, but we are also vertically integrated, and we process some of our concentrates from the mines in Bulgaria in the smelter in Namibia, as well as other concentrates sourced internationally from the market. We have a project in Serbia, which is in the pre-feasibility stage, and we are looking forward to develop this project to another mine in the region. And we have investments also in northern part of Canada, as well as Latin America. Just a little bit to give you a feel, a sense of how the size of the company. We produce about 250 to 300,000 ounces of gold per year, less than what my colleague Neil presented from B2Gold. We have some byproduct being predominantly copper and a little bit of silver as well. As I mentioned, in the smelter in Namibia, we smelt about 250 to 260,000 tons of copper concentrate through the smelter. We have a very steady cost in terms of producing those materials and providing them to the world for the benefit of everyone who use them. The company is being known for two things. One of them is our approach to environmental, social, and governance matters. And since the beginning of the company, or transformation of the company in an operating company, we have been looking at projects, not only at developing a mine, but developing a sustainable future for the region that this mine will be built, even after the closure of the mine. So this is a very particular approach which takes effort, even starting from when we're designing the mine and when we are approaching the local stakeholders in a way to understand how we can together build a sustainable livelihood for that community even after the mine is closed. So all our community investments are focused around that goal, and whatever we do, we are trying to build a sustainable future for that community. Obviously, sustainable future comes with a serious care for the environment. So we are paying a significant importance on how we influence environment and how we then restore the environment back to the natural or close to natural state. Obviously, we are very focused on governance and ethics and making sure that our practices are really conveying the Canadian values and enhancing those Canadian values throughout the globe. We're also known as a company who have been successful in implementing technology in mining environment, or cutting-edge technology in mining environment. The Chelopech mine in Bulgaria is probably one of the most advanced mines around the world, and this is as a result of us taking on the latest developments that the technology can offer, but also the great spirit of everyone within the company to be willing to innovate and develop solutions which are out of the box. And this is extremely rewarding because it provides the people who are local to really be up to speed with where the world is in terms of technology and innovation. The rest of the presentation focuses more on Namibia and our operation in Namibia. And when we are talking about the smelter in Tsumeb, I want to mention that we acquired the smelter in 2010, but the smelter have been there for decades before. So the smelter had a unique history over those decades. And for those who don't know, there was a mine, a Tsumeb mine, and it's one of the famous mineral resources around the world. Wherever you go in any of the museums around the world, you can find minerals from that mine. Unfortunately, that mine was closed in 1996, and then the smelter was also put on care and maintenance. So from that period onwards, people tried to keep the operation going one way or another. But as you can imagine, the operation was significantly undercapitalized. And as a result of that, when we acquired the smelter, we had to invest significant amount of capital and effort to bring the smelter to what's accepted as good international practice. The smelter is located, as I mentioned, in the town of Tsumeb, and Tsumeb has about 45,000 inhabitants, so relatively a big town to Namibia, and a town which is known as a garden town. So people are extremely proud with the nature they have there. The journey there, as I mentioned, started with taking care for those environmental and social standards that we found there, and we invested initially a substantial amount to put equipment and practices in place to ensure the environmental protection and health and safety of the people on site and the health and safety within the community as well. The next item that I want to mention there was the investment that we have made in installing a sulfuric acid plant for the smelter. And with that, we managed to transfer a product which was emitted to the atmosphere as a polluter to a marketable product in Namibia, which is produced locally and realized on the market locally. So, it's a great project from not only from the environmental point of view, but from the economic development point of view as well. We are continuing with a number of investments to ensure the reliability of the smelter and ensure the future for the smelter in a long term. I want to focus a little bit more on the approach I've mentioned in terms of community investments and community development. So this is specifically for Tsumeb and how our local team transferred our group policy for community investment, and they have taken the sustainable development goals as a guiding mechanism in terms of what needs to be done for the local community. There was a significant study done in terms of what are the local needs for that community now and what are the needs that will come at a later stage. So all our programs are designed around supporting those needs, and as I mentioned, building a sustainable livelihood for the long term. And I'm afraid we can't really see some of the text on the slide, as I put them too small, but here are some of the projects that our team in Namibia have concluded in 2019 and 2020. I just wanted to pick also on Veronica's remarks in terms of equal opportunities and women, and I'm happy to know that our senior management team in Namibia is represented equally between women and men, all Africans. And predominantly local people. Some numbers in terms of the investments that we have done in Tsumeb over the years. As Neil mentioned, as a company, we are also focused on education, and we believe that building human capacity is probably the strongest mechanism for building this sustainable future for that community. But in addition, we focus a lot of effort, and a lot of programs that we have are focused on building the small and medium enterprises and building this entrepreneurial spirit of the people and providing them with the skills and abilities to further develop those skills. And in that way, be able to ensure an economic level which will be able to sustain the livelihood of that community, even when the mine have closed. Obviously, with the smelter, there is no sort of a defined mine life, but we have applied the same approach for the Tsumeb community and we are looking to support the community in building that sustainable and better future. Neil mentioned a bit in terms of the previous discriminatory regimes in that part of the world, and this is a particular deal that we have, as a company, we have put a lot of effort on in terms of developing something that will really result in empowerment and providing opportunities for those people who are disadvantaged with those previous regimes. So at the moment, 8% of the smelter is owned by previously disadvantaged Namibians. And very soon, additional 2% will be transferred to the employees of Tsumeb. But I want to focus a little bit more on the empowerment of these 10%. And this was an effort that over the years we tried to design an empowerment mechanism that will ensure a broad-based development. People who didn't have chances in the past to get this chance and develop and succeed in life. So the whole initiative is designed on building and providing further economic opportunities. So what you see here is the first investment of our partner, who owns 8% of the smelter, and from the proceeds of the dividends, they were able to purchase a farm this year, and they're now starting a business which will have a long-lasting effect, obviously through the building of the skills and building of this economic entity, and we believe and we hope that there will be that this is the first, but there will be many to follow. And I want to conclude with a slide which is really presenting our 10 years journey in Tsumeb and in Namibia, and I want to acknowledge the approach and the great partnership that we have developed with the Namibian government, the local authorities, and particularly the local communities. We are extremely happy with that partnership, and we are looking forward to working together and build a sustainable future for that community in Tsumeb. Gareth, with that, I'm passing it over back to you, and I will be happy to answer any questions if someone can or if the forum allows to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christoph, and a big thank you as well to B2 Gold with the representation there from you, Neil Reeder. Unfortunately, we have gone out of time with the presentations, but we would like to invite both of you as companies to a dedicated standalone session to which we can get into some of the discussion points as well, and happy to facilitate sending any of those questions directly to you as well. For all of you attending, I believe we have around 700 delegates. We'll send you that information for those who specifically would like to continue this incredible discussion around these sorts of projects. So thank you very much to each of you too. For those in Botswana, as well as those here in Toronto, and to all of you online, I'm going to suggest that we have a break time as close to 30 minutes as possible. So I've got word from Botswana that we just extend resumption of the conference just about 10 minutes after what was planned. So for all of you who are in Botswana, that'll be at about 4:40 p.m. and it's 10:40 a.m. for those in Toronto as well as on the east coast of Canada. The Ontario region of Canada. Thank you very much. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you in just under 30 minutes.
Good morning again to participants in Canada, and good afternoon to everybody else around the world. Welcome back to Part 2, Part 3, Part 4. Good afternoon. Good morning again. It is this session is sustaining ownership and impact beyond mining. natural resources gateways to non-resource business development. We have an all-star panel lined up for you, and I'll step out so they can step in.
Thank you so much, Vice President Namolindwa, for that welcome, and indeed to this panel on sustaining ownership beyond simply mining, gateways to non-resource development. An incredible panel, as Susan Namolindwa just referred to today, lined up. We're going to start with welcome remarks from Luc Sugachev, the Deputy Director from Global Affairs Canada in the Government of Canada. And we'll then go into a keynote address from Chief Daryl Bulio, followed by speakers Paul Gruner, as well as Suzette McFarl, and each of them with experience in the private sector on this particular topic. Once we've had the introduction from the Government of Canada, I'd be pleased to go into some more details for each of our speakers this morning and this afternoon across the African continent. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Gareth, very much for the introduction. It's an honor to be here with you today. As you know, we really value the Canada-Africa Chamber of Commerce and your efforts, and may I say kudos for organizing this event in a virtual setting. I'm quite impressed. As you know, I've been invited to introduce the topic of today, sustaining ownership and impact beyond mining. The area I work in is international development, and that's what I'm going to speak about, and it won't be for very long because we have 3 expert panelists with us. Before I get into my remarks, allow me to acknowledge with gratitude that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation. In a few minutes, I'll be turning to Chief Beaulieu, Paul Gruner, and Suzette McFall. We're going to share their experience and perspective on this topic. And what I'm going to speak about is what Canada, the Government of Canada, is doing internationally, and particularly in Africa, in order to help build capacity in the management of natural resource governance. I hope to leave you with 3 things. I think if I try to do any more than that, I'll be abusing your time and I won't succeed. So only 3 things. 1, why is the governance of natural resources important, and how does it determine whether or not a country can pursue sustainable development? The second is how our feminist international assistance policy guides our work. And the third is what specifically are we doing in Africa to help countries strengthen their national frameworks and deliver value for their citizens. So the first issue, why does resource governance matter? Being rich in natural resources is not sufficient for a country to be wealthy or to attain sustainable development. That wealth needs to be matched with frameworks to govern it. In extreme cases, if a sector is poorly managed, it can have a negative impact on other sectors of the economy, or even on the whole economy of a country, a phenomenon known as the resource curse. It's not simply enough to promote investment and ensure projects generate local employment. A good regulatory framework is important, as is a good environmental remediation framework, but those on their own are not sufficient. In order for resource development to turn into sustainable development, it has to be inclusive and it has to be empowering, which means the benefits are shared. This applies whether we're talking about artisanal and small-scale mining or larger projects. In each case, it's important for the people and the communities that are affected by these projects to have a voice in decisions on how they're carried out. Local communities need to understand how benefits are shared, and they need to know what to do if they have a grievance. The second part of what I hope to share with you is how is our feminist international assistance policy guiding our work. Mon travail au sein de la Direction des ressources naturelles et gouvernance à Affaires mondiales Canada vise aux efforts du gouvernement en ce qui concerne le renforcement du développement durable dans la gestion des ressources naturelles. Ce travail est guidé par notre politique d'aide internationale féministe qui favorise l'inclusion et le renforcement du pouvoir des femmes et des groupements marginalisés. This feminist approach to natural resource governance emphasizes in particular the participation of women in decision-making and support for women's economic empowerment. It does this through the diversification of economic opportunities and ensuring benefits of resource development extend to local business. This approach also aims to address the high rate of sexual and gender-based violence that can be present in the sector. We want to see women actively participate in the development of their communities and their countries, whether that's as mothers, educators, scientists, entrepreneurs, or political leaders. When women and girls succeed, we all benefit. This inclusive approach extends as well to other traditionally marginalized and vulnerable people, including persons with disabilities, LGBTQ, and Indigenous persons. My final point is to just summarize what we're doing to strengthen resource governance through different frameworks that we support, with particular reference to Africa. The main way that we're helping is through our core support to the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, Metals, and Sustainable Development. I believe many of the African government representatives who are participating in the forum today will be familiar with this because most of them are members of this forum. It's got 76 country members. They all benefit from technical advice on everything from artisanal and small-scale mining, environmental and social impact assessments, how governments can improve transparency and combat tax evasion. We're also helping through our role in the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, which is another multi-stakeholder framework, bringing governments, companies, and civil society together in order to help its 26 members in Africa track how resource companies pay to governments for the resources, and then how those payments are used by governments to help citizens. Improving transparency in this sector improves a sense of public buy-in, and it helps citizens see the value in these projects and helps ensure that value is used in a way that benefits local communities. In tandem with the EITI, which I just mentioned, we're part of the World Bank Trust Fund, the Extractive Global Programmatic Support, which is providing direct support to governments and local civil society organizations in improving transparency and ensuring resource revenues benefit sustainable development. I'd be remiss if I did not mention one other framework, and I'm sorry, I'm going on a little bit about frameworks, but it's something I'm passionate about and I believe it's relevant. There's a framework called the Voluntary Principles on Security and Human Rights. Many of the government representatives will also be familiar with that because it's another framework that brings governments, companies, civil society together. Its intent is to help companies manage security issues in a way that respects human rights. It's an important initiative. We're proud to support it. Our global work involves working in partnership with governments, large multi-stakeholder initiatives, and local civil society organizations. You're going to hear more from one of them tomorrow, an NGO based in Ottawa called Impact that's doing some very innovative work with artisanal women miners in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And you've been very patient, and I appreciate that, and I think it's time to hear from our panelists. So with no further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Beaulieu. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Luke. Hopefully you can all hear me fine. Hello?
Could you turn my mic? Hi, Chief Beaulieu, I beg your pardon. Sorry, my microphone had been off. I just wanted to take a moment to introduce you, particularly to the audience watching live in Botswana today, because your leadership in Canada, particularly around the topic on First Nations and resource development, is absolutely unparalleled. And if I may take a moment to all ministers and others gathered in Botswana, as well as across the continent and in Canada, Chief Darryl Beaulieu was appointed President and CEO of Denaday Investment Incorporated and the Denaday Group of Companies. That was in October 2005. DII is the general partner of Denaday Investments Limited Partnership, which holds investments on behalf of all Dene First Nations in mineral exploration, communications, infrastructure, logistics, power generation, supply, food supply, and real estate. He's also President and CEO of the Denaday Development Corporation, a not-for-profit corporation whose members are the 27 chiefs of the Dene Nation. DDC owns 50% of the Northwest Territories Métis Dene Advisory Committee for the Canadian Northern Corridor Program, a multi-year research and public policy program or outreach program run by the University of Calgary School of Public Policy. In 2019, Chief Bulio was appointed as the spokesperson of the Northwest Territories Indigenous Leaders Economic Coalition, and he chairs its investment committee. Chief Bulio is the recipient of the 2016 Skookum Jim Award from the Prospectives and Developers Association of Canada, PDAC, where we're fortunate to hold, during which we're fortunate to hold the largest Africa-focused mining breakfast every year in North America as a chamber. Mr. Bulio is also the owner of other corporations providing medical services to the mining industry in partnership with United Healthcare. There's so much more that I could say, but I know Chief Bulio is a dedicated family man, among other things, and it was wonderful to speak with him recently while he was with his grandchildren by video. Chief Bulio, the honor is all ours for the keynote address to mark this panel. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. And I would like to start just by saying who I am. I'm Yellowknives Dene, and we're part of the Athabascan tribe, which is has a reach from Alaska down through Canada, the United States, and into Mexico. But more specifically, I'm from the Northwest Territories of Canada, and the NWT is about 1.3 million square kilometers with a population of 40,000 people. Between the Yukon, NWT, and Nunavut, we comprise 40% of Canada's land mass at a little over 3 million square kilometers. We're very rich in mineral resources, and it's a stable environment, and continuing to work to ensure whether it's Indigenous people, industry, etc., in partnership to ensure that legislative policy and regulatory environments are aligned to attract investment and all. In terms of our northern environment, annually during winter we reach temperatures ranging extreme temperatures, I guess, ranging from minus 30, minus 4, or plus 30 and plus 40 to the other extreme,
And we may just be having some connectivity challenges. If everyone would bear with us, Chief Bulio is in a very rural part of the great north of Canada. And we'll just take a moment to see if we have that connection reestablished with our satellite feed. Thank you.
Okay.
Chief Bulio, I believe, sir. Thank you.
Am I connected again?
You are. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry, I'm not sure what happened, but I was just closing off my introductory comments with by saying that Indigenous people of the North have survived and thrived in the extreme weather and are now adapting and participating and encouraging development investment. So I'm going to go into kind of a formal presentation by saying that last comment. A couple of years ago, I've just got to get to my, whoops. The introduction on this slide has already been made. and that's the businesses that we provide. And this is the direction of the DENE in terms of the concept of working together for resource development and export corridors, which has led to the NWT Indigenous Leaders Forums. And we've had several forums over the last couple of years, and the government of Northwest Territories has invited Indigenous people to their two forums, and the Indigenous people have had 4 forums to date. Hopefully another one closer to the end of the year. Who we are, as I mentioned, I'm a Dene, so we're part of the Dene Nation. Also resident in the territory are Inuvialuit, and they are mainly coastal people along the Arctic Ocean. And then there's the Northwest Territory Métis Nation and the North Slave Métis Alliance. And whoops. And here is a little bit of
All right, Chief Bulio, if you can hear me, and certainly for those gathered, particularly those dialing in, we've had some challenges with the feed. I am going to ask our technical team on the back end is going to be providing a new line to you for you to dial in. And while we take a moment to do that, if I may graciously ask Paul Gruner, who is the president and CEO of one of the companies founded by Chief Daryl Bulio, to step onto the floor and to provide some of his remarks during this particular session. I've had the opportunity to speak with Paul as well during previous conversation, and I just wanted to provide a little bit of background on Paul, who enjoys extensive experience in the private sector. He's worked in natural resource development. He's worked in a very key way with First Nations communities, and I think is a great example of the discussion point today on how we take the extraction of natural resources and build, as we've seen already, incredibly dynamic, thriving economies that last way beyond the life cycle of any given mining operation. Paul Gruner, the floor is yours. Welcome and thanks for joining us. And Paul, if you could just, I think we may have a microphone. I know you're also in a distant part of Canada. If you could try again. All right, Paul, I'm just going to take a moment while Bianca establishes connection on the back end. Thank you very, very much.
Can you not hear me?
You are back, Paul. Welcome. Thank you very much. Loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I'm on the phone, so everybody should hear me fine. There shouldn't be any internet connectivity issues. So I'm calling in from the same spot that Daryl is, basically in Dilo, which is part of our traditional territory. So anyways, thank you for having me here today. I'm very excited. Exactly to the point raised. So Chief Bulio, Daryl and I work very closely together. He was actually the founder of Denton Cho Management LP, which is the company that I look after today. So he was really the one that brought this together 30 years ago. And what I want to talk to you about today very quickly is sort of our history, where we are today and what the future looks like. So Denton Cho is been in business for a little over 30 years now, which is an amazing milestone for any company globally to have that sort of existence. We had very grassroots beginnings, as you will, starting with a $15,000 grant, and they sort of built it up from there. So, you know, we've seen a long history of resource development here in the territory. So if you go back over 100 years ago now, was sort of the development of the oil and gas industry, predominantly oil, more in central part of the territory. You've seen significant offshore exploration. During that time, there was also the development of various types of hard rock mining, gold being quite prevalent. And then what we really saw the boom for the local economy, and I think where multiple Indigenous groups, including the Yellowknife Dene First Nations, that really got involved is with the current diamond mine boom. So Daryl spoke a little bit about sort of the size of the territory. It's quite small, at about 44,000 people, I believe. So when you have a population of that small, when you get booms like the diamond mine sector, it can be quite significant. So last year we did about $2 billion in rough cut diamonds. And that really makes up about 35, I think around 35, 40% of our GDP profile for the territory. So it's a significant mover for our economy. So as a result of that, over that 30 years, and diamonds really coming into play probably about 20 years ago or so when it really started to mature, you know, Deton Cho, Talicho, one of our neighboring First Nations, and a few others really started to get involved within that play. And the stats that were sort of brought forward by the local territorial government really shows that there's about 70% of the supply chain has gone local, and a significant portion of that is Indigenous. So the diamond sector, the natural diamond sector here in the territory has done a fantastic job in terms of supporting local companies and Indigenous companies and really helping develop that capacity. So I'm very vocal, public in my statements about that we wouldn't exist as a corporation, as Deton Cho, if it wasn't for that natural diamond sector that we have here in the territory. So if you fast forward now to today, what is Deton Cho from those humble beginnings of $15,000 grant and Daryl sitting in his one-room office, we're now one of the largest private employers in the territory. We employ 800 people, 600 of which being local. If you take ourselves and the neighboring First Nation of Talicho, or their corporation, Talicho Investment Corporation, who we do work closely with, that would make us the largest private employer in the territory. And combined, we employ as many people as you know, the 3 operating mines that we have today. You know, because this conference is sort of in South Africa, I really want to give a shout out to one of our major partners that we work closely with, which is De Beers. De Beers has been a fantastic partner working through and sort of building up that capacity to be where we are a material part of the supply chain. And so I'll sort of highlight, you know, some of the things that we do with De Beers as that integral part of the supply chain. And 2 of them is on the camp catering side. So we provide all of the catering services for both De Beers and Diavik, which is Rio Tinto. All the cleaning. Obviously, during this current time with COVID, it's been a very challenging time. So the cleaning piece, not only are we a material part of that supply chain, just continuing to operate those mines, you know, now we're really an integral part of just even the health, well-being, and safety of all the folks that are on site. So we're very proud of the fact that we're doing that. The other side of it that is been a lot of fun to sort of develop is the logistics piece. So we also are the backbone and the logistics side of for De Beers for their Gacho Kwe mine and Snap Lake, which is currently in care and maintenance. Because of the, you know, working with both De Beers, Diavik, and other sort of industry players, you know, we've created the largest logistics company in the north that's based in the north. And, you know, because where those mines are located, you know, we build an ice road every year. We have for 25 plus years. I think it's the largest ice road that's constructed on an annual basis, at least in North America, might even be global. That is an integral part of that supply chain, that you've got to move that sort of materials up that ice road to ensure that those mines can continue to operate 12 months of the year, 365 days a year. So that really goes to show working with companies like De Beers to help us build that capacity over time to become one of the, you know, largest private employers, being an integral part of that supply chain. We fail, they fail, right? So it really is a very much a partnership and building that capacity. So that's really where we are today. A lot of our business is focused on an active mining sector. So looking forward, what does sustainability look like, during active mining and then post? It turns out diamonds aren't necessarily forever. We've really matured a business here now that does have the ability to sustain itself. We run a very tight ship right from the top at a governance level. So we're sort of well recognized for our governance structure. Our financial reporting and oversight is second to none. We've had, from a banking perspective and access to capital, one of the stories I like to tell is we had a senior VP from one of the banks in to see us that looks at, as he said, hundreds of indigenous corporations. And he felt that we were basically best in class in what we do and how we manage from a financial standpoint. Take that very seriously. That allows us to have that access to capital. It gives us the credibility and the confidence for other investors to work with us. So it's certainly something that we encourage all Indigenous groups to really focus on. It's not the fun, sexy stuff sometimes, but it is absolutely a necessity. So we're really now focused on how we build that out. We bring in a private equity type model into our investments, very business case driven. So right now we're actively, we have been and will continue to be investing in asset-backed cash flow generating entities. We've got a large opportunity here on the horizon over the next 10 years, something we've called the reclamation economy. Again, it's not forever, obviously, but it is an incredible boon to the local economy and to ourselves. So you've got 4 diamond mines that at some point will need to be reclaimed. And then you've got a large gold mine that's in our backyard. That in itself is about $1 billion reclamation project. So right now we're actively building up capacity where, just like the supply chain that we've been involved in for the active mining, we'll be actively involved in the supply chain and mobilizing on the ground to do all that reclamation, which I think is a great news story when you think about it from an Indigenous perspective and really coming back to some of that cultural and values. The other side of it is looking at key infrastructures. So we're continuing to work with both the territorial and federal government around actively participating in the development of key infrastructure that's required in the territory and beyond. And we're also casting our eyes, not just to be geographically focused here in the territory, but looking at opportunities as they exist at a more national level. One of the things I always like to highlight when I talk about in my former life, I actually worked in Yukon and Alaska and looked after a group of Indigenous corporations there as well. And I was very fortunate to be able to engage and interact with some of the Alaskan corporations. And anybody that's interested in sort of that Indigenous business side, I encourage you to look at Alaska because it's something that we really sort of lean on in terms of some of our own best practices. And what you've seen in Alaska is out of the 10 largest private employers, 9 are Indigenous. 3 did over $1 billion last year, and you're really seeing them diversify outside the resource economy as well. So a multitude of them are investing across the lower 48, and the largest now is multinational and operating in 6 or 7 different countries now. I'm not saying that we're going to be there anytime soon, but again, those best practices being in terms of managing risk. We know that we're a bit too centered on the mining side, so managing on that side and managing geographically. So I'm just looking at the time. I think I've eaten up my 10 minutes, but I think that gives a good overview of the corporation, a bit of our history, and where we're angling to going forward and how we operate. Thank you.
Paul Gruner, thank you. Excellent examples of success and so many parallels to what we saw in Botswana and have seen during discussions today, as well as yesterday, on the importance of local institutions and those very clear partnerships with stakeholders. I would like to now at this point invite Suzette McFall to join us for her remarks, and then we'll return after we've concluded these with our 2 panelists, to Chief Bulio. And a very impressive track record that you bring as well, Suzette. You've served as the CEO of the Clean Gold Community Solutions Group, over 25 years of community experience working with 300 communities across 16 countries worldwide. Suzette has successfully built companies and led passionate, energetic teams, achieving goals and achieving incredible outcomes built on relationships with people, showing that 80% sustainability rate for businesses are not just possible, but can become the norm in the sorts of examples that we've seen today with the leadership shown in Botswana and here in Canada. Suzette McFall, welcome to the stage. So to be.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. This is exciting to talk about something that I'm passionate about, which is sustainable economic development. Paul and Daryl, it's great to hear your stories and what you've been able to achieve, and that's fantastic. And it says something about Canada and what we're able to do here in our own backyard and share here today with Africa. A lot of the conversation that I'm having, a lot of the words that I speak to are going to what Luke had mentioned earlier. A lot of those words are really important in terms of what we're doing in impacted communities by resource development. STF, Sustainable Economic Futures. We've been working in creating economic development as been introduced worldwide. Actually, I think we're up to almost 25 countries and worldwide. And what does that, what is it really that we do is that we work with communities and build their economic success so it becomes sustainable. We all know that when mining companies open up in communities that they provide direct investment into the community. That's traditional. You know, we have direct jobs, we have direct payments, business activity, procurement opportunities, they put in infrastructure, there's indirect, which is, you know, the employees are spending money in the community, and there's all sorts of, you know, that Paul spoke about camps, there's all kinds of things that we can do. But what happens is that, as we know, diamonds aren't forever, and the resource is finite. And what happens is you have that boom bust cycle, or as Luke put it, is that, you know, the resource curse. So we go in, we make this community very wealthy, but when the community, when the mine is shut down, we've got a community that's struggling. And what we're doing now is looking at that, working with mining companies and building capacity. And we talk about that capacity over and over again, but we have to make it work. And we talk about the sustainability rates being a very important piece of that. To do that, we need to have businesses that are created that are independent of the mine. So when we talk about procurement, here we have an opportunity to build a business based on procurement with the mine. But if we look at it as being the only customer, we don't have a sustainable business out of that. We need to look beyond the mine and what's going to happen in mine closure. We don't go on the ground and actually do it for them. What we do is we build the community's capacity to do it for them, for themselves, as opposed to us doing it. So our job is to enhance the benefits from the mining project through economic stimulus. The intention is to create an independent and a parallel economy. One of the things that we base our methodology on is there's economic opportunities, a circle. On the left side of the circle, you have all of these wonderful things that a mining company provides. It provides, as we talked about earlier, jobs, education, training, procurement opportunities. Where does SEF sit? And the community sits is on the right-hand side of that circle, which is driven by the community itself. And a lot of times we go into communities and say the community is lacking. What we say is that the community has all of these opportunities, all of the beautiful intelligence of a community already exists. We just need to develop it. And the mining company provides that opportunity. So we look at it from that economic circle and we start driving from the community. It's an inclusive project. It has to be inclusive in order for the community to buy into this. And, you know, Luke talked about, you know, those are the success models that are inclusive. As we talked about, we've been in emerging markets, we've been in developed markets, we've been in challenging places, 300 communities, 5 continents, and 80% sustainability. How does 80% sustainability? It's not because of SCF Canada, it's because it's embraced by the community. It's a collaboration between the community, it's driven by the community, it's owned by the community, and the community is responsible for making it work at the long term. It lasts in perpetuity. Is that we have projects that are now 25, 26 years old that continue to be successful. That's what we call a sustainable, even beyond the life of the mine. We've had some great successes. We've worked in the Congo in Africa. We have one of our biggest success stories there. We've worked in Australia, New Zealand. We're working in Mongolia. We work in some of the remotest places in southern, in the Americas. Wherever we go, we've never had a failure. And that's because the community gets involved in it. So the first thing we look at is, what is the community? It already has assets and it already has capacity. We just need to build it. And it's based on the community buy-in. The community has to embrace that, buy into it, and the community responds. Everywhere we go, there's entrepreneurs. Everywhere we go, there's people that want to do better for themselves. They look at the mine and they, okay, how do we take advantage of that mine? How do we use that opportunity to do better for ourselves and create an independent society? And that's what SCF's methodology is based on, is let's look at what we have here. You already have capacity. You already have wonderful capabilities. Let's grow those capabilities alongside the mine. And then when the mine closes, those continue to go onwards 20, 25 years. I think, did I get some technical there? So community owned and operated outcomes, entrepreneurs help. This is an average worldwide. We help about 200 entrepreneurs per year. Businesses started between 10 and 15 businesses. Jobs created from those businesses, 40 to 60 jobs. 80% of those businesses still exist after 5 years, and that takes the sustainability rates upside down. We know that small businesses started, about 80% of them, these are worldwide statistics, actually fail. In these particular projects, everywhere we go, they're still alive after 5 years. And when we have a mine closed down, they're still going on. So we add to existing businesses, we have multipliers, there's well-being that's touched on that, business revenue, and capital investment, because when you build local businesses, they actually provide back, and it continues, that circle just gets bigger as these projects get bigger. So we have a case study. We're back in the Congo. It's still existing. It's now in its 9th year. And it continues to grow. The businesses continue to be successful. It's the same model in the Congo as it is anywhere else in the world. And again, it's based on that methodology of building the capacity of the community to do it for themselves, as opposed to us coming in and doing it for them. We just give them the toolkits. Entrepreneurial development results in economic activity for community less dependent on the financial resources of mining companies, and it lasts beyond the mine. So those are the projects. We've had great rewards coming in, not just from the entrepreneurs that still exist and that we're still in touch with, but we've been recognized, and our projects have been recognized through mine closure activities. We've had awards from our projects down in New Gold. We've worked with companies Rio Tinto, New Gold, Newcrest, Lundin Mining, Torex, to name a few. And we'll continue to move forward. Pan American Silver, just we're working with them in some of the most challenging areas in the world. And we're excited that we get to see that we've been able to achieve those sustainable economic futures for communities worldwide. So thank you for letting me share that with you today.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Suzette McFall, for a fantastic presentation, and congratulations on that success rate. Real tangible outcomes in communities across the continent, as well as in Canada. If Chief Bolio is able to reestablish connection, I do welcome you back, but so grateful that your President and CEO, Paul Gruner, is with us, who's given some of the background information. Paul, in the interim, I'm going to pose the first question to you, and that's on the issue of leadership. Can you give a few thoughts on what you've seen have been the key leadership traits that have led to the sort of development that you've seen, grassroots and upward, where incredible projects have been commercialized versus other communities where there hasn't been that level of success that we've seen at this conference?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Fantastic. All good.
All right, great. Yeah, I think, leadership, that's a very vast topic, as you will, right? So I think I'll approach it on a multi-pronged approach, I guess. So from a multi-stakeholder approach, leadership really, that we've seen is, again, going back to my discussion working with key clients like De Beers, is really you've got to have it on multiple levels and make sure that we're sort of communicating and working together, right? So it's getting to know, what I sort of call getting to know each other's worlds, right? Now I'm a bit fortunate on my side. I have worked for large enterprise, but not everybody has. There are nuances that come with that. So it's that leadership piece is the ability to sort of work together, understand each other's worlds, and find out ways that you can sort of build those synergies or those opportunities. The other side that we talk about a lot just within our organization is leadership starts from the top. And that's me. So, and we talk to our leadership team about that, and we drive that down through the organization. For us, we operate a very flat type organization wherever possible. And we talk a lot about, at least when you're in the walls of this office, we're not title driven, which means I do the dishes in the kitchen along with everybody else. So, it really is about just rolling up your sleeves. You got to park those egos. And you got to focus on the goal at the end of the day, and really working with those stakeholders and driving through it. And remember, it's not about the individual; it's about the greater good. I hope that answers your question.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And Suzette, next question goes to you. As a practitioner, what have you been able to learn on the African continent that you've been able to apply to the dozens of other countries in the world where you operate? Any specific insights that you found incredibly valuable in your work globally?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Thank you. I think the people that I've worked with in Africa are much more positive about their own communities. A lot of times that we go into community and people have come in and said to the community, you're lacking. They bring in outside consultants, and outside consultants do stakeholder mapping, and they go, this is what you're lacking. You need to do this. And we think you should be building fish farms, and we think you should be building this. And we've seen them fail over and over and over again. It's the same story worldwide. When we were in Africa and we worked in South Africa, Namibia, and Congo, we found that people said, hey, we have all of these great things already. And it was a great attitude. And working with that, that in itself is a prime example on how we can make these kind of projects work. Is by that attitude and sharing. And we do share, our experiences as we go into other communities. So that's a takeaway from Africa. We still have that great positive feeling about we can do this, and we already have great things happening in our communities.
Your point on the local knowledge, something our Vice President Jacques Numtumve mentioned in his remarks yesterday and has come through very strongly. I can only echo that through remarks given this year at every single webinar we've held. So really, thanks so much for underscoring that point. Paul Gruner, a quick question around where you see areas of opportunity for deeper collaboration in terms of working with First Nations, coming from that vantage point in Canada and looking to the African continent, because that's such a key part of the country that we're in, the heritage that is shared collectively, and it's got to be at the heart of the Canada-Africa relationship. Your thoughts, sir?
So, you know, if I hear you correctly on that, you're sort of talking in terms of how do we work greater First Nations or Indigenous across the country and potentially collaborating at a multinational level?
That's right.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I think, you know, if you look at across Canada, and I'm sure South Africa probably isn't any different, or any other country in the world, there's varying levels of capacity, right? So I sort of mentioned, you know, at that sort of far extreme being Alaska and some of the experiences I had there, and those Indigenous groups that are multi-billion dollars and truly are pure private equity. You know, you go all the way down the line to communities that potentially, you know, they can be challenged sometimes, even, you know, being able to mobilize a meeting within the community, right? So, you know, I think the opportunity it's multilateral, right? So on one side, I think there's an opportunity where Indigenous groups can work with Indigenous groups. You know, it's kind of like real estate, location, location, location. A lot of times for Indigenous groups, they may have great opportunities, but they may be a bit somewhat challenged on how they can actually move on those or extract value, right? You know, I've met with a number of Indigenous groups over the last year or two across Canada that are in our central cities, Toronto, Vancouver, et cetera. And you know, they're now starting to understand how they can commercialize some of those opportunities, sitting on a boatload of wealth, but, you know, being able to materialize that can be challenging. So that's where groups like maybe ours or those folks in Alaska, et cetera, that understand that there's collaboration between Indigenous groups that can take the opportunity with the expertise and create real value, right? One of the things that I personally, you know, why do I do what I do? I'm a non-Indigenous person, that's pretty evident. But I truly feel that from a Canadian standpoint, all Canadians will benefit by having good, healthy Indigenous business in the country. You know, it can be either seen as a threat or it can be seen as an advantage. And I think we're seeing that pendulum swing from that threat to an advantage, where Indigenous communities working with the right partners can unlock a lot of value. So I think, you know, you've got that multilateral, and then you've got the opportunity, I think, from right across to different countries, et cetera. Suzette mentioned, you know, being in Mongolia. You know, I'm currently working with a group just as sort of for fun, sort of volunteering, but lending a hand in terms of, hey, this is what we've experienced in Northern Canada. You know, here's how do we assist you, you know, for various groups in Mongolia or wherever that may be. I think there's opportunities globally when you start talking about that, right? Indigenous, I always say this, Indigenous business is good for all Canadians, and I'm guessing that will relate to a lot of people in the room, you know, around the globe. We all benefit from that. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Paul. And certainly, you know, I can't think of anything better than a chamber event that comes to you and on the ground where we have this kind of success in action at the core of incredible templates for success that we can see and have shared, just as we've received so much of that from Botswana. You mentioned De Beers, Paul, and your experience with De Beers South Africa. I'm very pleased to point out that De Beers has really succeeded and thrived in Botswana, a top-ranked mining jurisdiction as well, where we have so much of our audience gathered today. So again, great examples of success all around and that sharing of information across our respective jurisdictions. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Suzette McFall, Luke Sukashev, Deputy Director, joining us from Ottawa. And may I say to Chief Bulio, a massive thank you for attempting to join us. I know you're on the road, you're busy, connection isn't always perfect, but we'd be honored to welcome you to the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business for a standalone session dedicated just to hearing from you really fantastic achievements and examples of what real progress looks like that I think we can all stand by. It's my great pleasure as we shift now to the next component of the program to give an introduction to Welakazi Qele. She's a regional director at Hatch. And though she's from South Africa, my original country, I met her, of course, where else but in Botswana at the Gaborone International Convention Center during an event. that took place last year. Hatch is a key supporter of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, and I really love the story. A Canadian firm that expanded. So many go down to the south of us or others to markets that are seen as close by, but really incredible success was achieved through expansion into the African continent. And I believe we have a Hatch representative on the ground attending today at the GICC in Botswana. Welakazi is a professional process engineer with extensive experiences in the mining and mineral processing industry. Her experience includes management of operational activities, conducting technical audits, and developing process optimization projects in a production setting. She spent time in the Industrial Project Design Office, and her experience spans all phases of mining and metals project development, going right from the moment of conception on a project to its completion. Welakazi has 10 years of experience that have been focused primarily on the development and optimization of iron ore assets, but that project management experience covers a range of other sectors as well. Welakazi Qele, a wonderful example that you bring of a Canadian firm, but local leadership in your role primarily out of the Johannesburg office in South Africa. A very warm good afternoon to you today as you provide a keynote address on the topic of leveraging Canada's billions in natural resource development for the unleashing of broad-based economic growth. Welakazi Qele, welcome.
Thank you very much for that, Gareth. And I hope you can all hear me. I'm calling in via telephone, so I hope the sound is good. To the Honorable Minister Moahi, the Honorable Minister Gold, all dignitaries, main sponsor Lucara Botswana, organizers of the conference, and all delegates, with all protocol observed, I would like to extend the warmest greetings from a very warm South Africa to everyone, and thank you for affording me the opportunity to address you. So today, I would like to share a perspective on building resilient mining site communities. If you could move to the next slide, Bianca. So I guess we have all witnessed the escalation of mining community-related protests over the last while. Mega investments coming to a complete standstill, significant value being eroded. In 2018 alone, the Mining Weekly newspaper in South Africa reported that 35, and I will add, often violent mining community-related protests took place every month. According to the World Economic Forum, the mining industry has acknowledged social license to operate as the #1 risk facing the industry for the second year in a row in 2020, adding that there is greater scrutiny from the end consumer, demanding a transparent, ethical supply chain, as well as a smaller carbon footprint. At the same time, evidence-based research by the Responsible Mining Foundation in 2020 found that, in general, there was lack of evidence of public information, public disclosure information on economic, environmental, social, and governance policies and practices. This is after assessing about 180 individual mine sites belonging to 38 top mining companies across 45 countries. On the other hand, the industry contends that there is socio-economic progress, and this should be acknowledged. This is evidenced by the research done by the International Council of Mining and Metals, which showed that the lives of people in mining-dependent countries, and these are countries whose economy depends on resources, in other words, more than 10% of their GDP and more than 20% of their exports come from resources. And as you can imagine, a significant number of those countries are in Africa. And so they found that the lives of people in these countries improved overall by 78% over a 20-year period between 1995 and 2015. And they further observed that socio-economic progress across these countries was strong, even when compared with progress of other countries around the world.
Welakazi,
And so clearly,
if I may, would you be able to step back slightly from your microphone? There's just a bit of distortion. Sorry to interrupt, Welakazi. It's just such fantastic content that you're presenting. Just to step away slightly, I think, from your mic should solve the problem totally. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for pointing that out, Gareth. And so clearly, the point I wanted to make is that there's a huge disconnect between key stakeholders of the industry. And perhaps this calls for a deeper reflection from the mining industry. Next slide, Bianca. Perhaps this reflection asks us as the mining industry to ponder that these protests are perhaps a symptom of a deeper discontentment and frustration from communities. Perhaps we've been trying to treat symptoms rather than getting to the root cause. Perhaps the battlefront may have shifted, and it may have shifted beyond the perceived exploitation or non-delivery of promised benefits. Perhaps, as the world-renowned historian Yuval Harari suggests in his book, 21 Lessons of the 21st Century, something far worse than exploitation, a fight for relevance. Irrelevance. You do not matter. You are not important. Maybe that's what the communities are hearing. And perhaps they are now fighting for relevance to the all bodies they perceive to belong to them. Perhaps they are fighting for the business success they so strongly perceive to be instrumental in delivering. Next slide. Perhaps, as an industry, we need to consider showing up at this new battlefront and join the fight for relevance. Perhaps we also need to consider that this new battlefront requires new interventions and that the old ones of philanthropy, redistribution of benefits, and handing out of soccer balls may not be relevant. Perhaps we need to move towards embracing a new framework. In fact, it's not new, I should say, but it seems to be more sustainable and promising to succeed in engaging business scale and innovation to advance social progress. The idea of creating shared value, coined by two Harvard professors back in 2011. As I said, it's nothing new. It simply means creating economic value in a way that also creates value for communities and society by addressing its needs and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, this places society at the very core of business, and it means that company progress is congruent to community or societal progress. It means we are not treating societal problems as an afterthought or, dare I say, as an expense. It means we are actually building on the gains from the COVID-19 pandemic, where I think as an industry, we realize that company productivity and therefore competitiveness is intertwined with community health and actually began to intervene and intervened meaningfully to address the problems within our communities. Next slide. The model also includes a recipe for us to create shared value, and it's three things. Considering, number one, that the products actually meet societal needs. In other words, are they good or bad for the end user? Number two, understanding that actually societal problems, societal issues can create economic costs in the firm's value chain. And I think the COVID example is a case in point. No community health, no productivity, and therefore no competitiveness. And thirdly, developing local businesses, institutions, and standards organizations. And they add, the two professors that it is a virtuous circle. In other words, improving one gives rise to opportunities in others. And so in trying to make this more practical, I am now going to share some examples of how our business, Hatch in Africa, has adopted this model, noting that I'm by no means claiming that we are perfect at this, but rather that we are work in progress. Next slide. On developing local businesses in South Africa, we run an incubation program for small businesses that augment our service offering. We have developed a structured approach to select, support their needs, and help them grow through mentorship. We currently have about 18 partners, 10 of which are women-owned businesses, 5 are youth-owned businesses. We, of course, partner with them to service our clients, but we also encourage them to network amongst themselves so that they can secure bigger contracts. We also, through our networks, showcase and expose local skills to the global stage. And there are examples of where we've partnered with local suppliers to manufacture furnace components for the local market, but also to manufacture those components for our global clients. And so a great example of actually providing a platform for local companies to compete at a global stage. Next slide. In Botswana, where we established a local entity back in 2017, we have partnered with a local leading diamond producer which embraces government initiatives for transformation. We contribute to what we call Citizen Economic Empowerment Program. We developed this program for a portfolio of projects we have with this client, guided by the principles of the National Development Plan in Botswana. And so we look at things like citizen employment, business localization, client skills development, local procurement, and local business development, and also IP transfer. And over the past 4 years, from 2016 to 2020, we have exceeded our goal on SIP KPIs by 73%. On local business development, we, of course, partner with various local firms to deliver services to our clients. And one of the success stories is a partnership with Biho Projects. This is a local projects and quantity surveying company which was linked with a bigger South African entity offering similar services. They ended up forming a partnership and establishing an entity in Botswana, which now owns 51% of that partnership. They have now ventured out of Botswana, in fact, to service other markets such as Mozambique. Take a listen to their story. Please play the video, Bianca.
Hi, I'm Khonza Kosiman. I'm a director of Biho Projects. We are a QS project management company based in Gaborone, Botswana. We've been in business for 20 years now, thereabout. A few years ago, I was lucky enough to meet some guys from South Africa from a company called PCC International, and they introduced us to Hatch. And we got to be involved in one of the projects run by Hatch. And through that, we managed to actually form joint company with PCC International called PCC Botswana. And we've been able to develop and gain some experience in the mining cost business. So we are very thankful for the assistance that Hedge gave us. They treated us like equal partners. They respected our input, and we were able to expand our business line into this very specialized area that is still developing in Botswana. So thank you very much to Hedge.
Thanks for that. Next slide. And so on the theme of understanding that actually societal problems can create economic costs for the firm's value chain, on education and skills development, our support starts at grassroots level. We start at school level, where we focus on job shadowing. In other words, we invite these kids to our company and we talk to them about engineering, educating them about what it means and discussing opportunities in that field, for an example. And at tertiary level, we also support students financially and also offer internship and finally permanent employ once they complete their studies. But not only that, we also support teaching staff in mining and metals industry through the Minerals Education Trust Fund. This fund focuses on attracting, retaining, and developing teachers in mining and metals. And it is not only supported by us, we are also joined by some of the top mining companies in the country. And together, we shape the curriculum and align it to what the industry requires. But perhaps one of the success stories on the theme of skills development is that of the African Academy. So we have supported the African Academy for about 18 years now. This academy focuses on vocational type training and produces well-trained draftspersons, a skill which is very key for our engineering sector. It is recognized as one of the leading institutions in education and training of draftspersons, achieving well above 80% pass rate and above, importantly, 80% placement of graduates in permanent employ. So essentially the Academy has acted as a catalyst for youth escaping the poverty trap because it provides quicker access to employment than the university route. We ourselves have offered internships to well over 100 graduates from the institution, and we've absorbed about 80 over the past 18 years. In fact, our current regional lead of piping and instrumentation design came through the Academy. We are currently in talks with 2 universities in South Africa to establish branches within these institutions in order to ensure that there's a wider reach for students in South Africa. Currently, they only have a branch in a small town of Boksburg in Johannesburg, for those who are familiar with South Africa. Again, a very beautiful story and something we're very proud to be associated with as Hedge. Next slide. Diversity and inclusion is, of course, something very close to our hearts as a business, and we believe, in fact, that achieving our ultimate potential depends on embracing it. And so in Botswana, we have 90% of our staff being Botswana citizens and 43% being female. This is against a global corporate target, or goal, I should say, of achieving 40% female representation by 2023. So in Botswana, we've already surpassed that target. In South Africa, 40% of our staff are from previously excluded communities during the apartheid regime. and about 35% are female. And of course, in South Africa, transformation is measured. And so we have attained the highest level of recognition as a level 1 BBBE status. And that means broad-based Black economic empowerment. And so we're level 1, which is the highest level of recognition, as I said. And very few in our industry can claim this achievement. And so we're very proud of being a level 1 company. Diversity and inclusion in design is also something we take very seriously and something that is very close to our hearts. And it is about ensuring that we consider the needs and requirements of the end user during the design phase. And so we have formalized this through our workflows, processes, and tools to ensure that it is a consideration and a key consideration during the design process. Thank you. Next slide. Inspired to reimagine socioeconomic impact and stakeholder engagement, we have partnered with a local passenger rail client in South Africa, the Gautrain, who, as part of their expansion plans, have been inspired to first reflect on their journey over the past 10 years in operation, with the aim of actually accelerating their socioeconomic impact and deliver value beyond just transportation. And so with the help of a group of our economists and data scientists, we have worked with this client to evaluate the impact they've had to date, challenge and stretch ourselves to deliver even more with the expansion, and essentially are setting a new benchmark for the industry, something they would like to call a gold standard for the industry. And so we are adopting this similar approach for a top local mining client, where we are reflecting on a recent project from a socioeconomic impact perspective and benchmarking the achievements with best in class in order to reset the target for the next similar investment they intend on delivering. Next slide. And so in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end off on a reflective note and get us for a moment to imagine a future where communities around mining sites are resilient, they are sustainable, as someone on the call mentioned. They are actually our brand ambassadors, and think about a path to get us there. And perhaps we need to consider that we may have been missing the battlefront, and we may be missing it as we continue. It may be a fight for relevance, and perhaps we need to focus on making communities relevant to the success of our businesses, instead of regarding them as a risk to be managed. Perhaps the new battlefront requires of us to shift fundamentally in behavior and culture as we move towards a more sustainable approach, creating shared value. Perhaps creating shared value demands of us not to be bystanders where social problems are concerned anymore, but rather to have a deeper understanding of the impact we are having to society, so that all of us, business, communities, and government, are invested in solving social problems. Perhaps it demands of us not to regard societal problems as an expense or an afterthought, something that is on the peripheries of what we do. Perhaps we need to bring them to the core and start linking them deeply with our strategy. In this way, perhaps we will be starting in building resilient communities around mine sites. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Welakazi Cele, for those fantastic remarks. Really was excellent to hear of those projects and initiatives. And as we about to proceed and return live to Gaborone, I would like to take this moment and offer an opportunity to see if we can re-establish contact, as I believe we have, with Chief Bulio. Are you there, sir, joining us by phone? All right. If not, I'm going to take a moment and just quickly ask Welakazi if you would take one question that we've received, and that is specifically around the conception phase. If you are able to rejoin, when you're designing a project, you've gone through all of the outcomes that have been achieved, but is there anything around consultation that comes out as particularly important to ensure that upfront initiatives and projects have got broad-based buy-in and collective ownership from the start? If you do have the opportunity of answering that question, otherwise I will create an option to connect you directly to a few of the folks who've asked that question. All right.
Yes,
thank you,
for that
Willika.
question, Gareth. And the answer is absolutely yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thanks.
Yeah. So the answer to that question is absolutely yes. And, you know, I was reflecting as I think it was Suzette was talking about the importance of understanding the skills map within communities and not just assuming that we're going to be telling what communities need to do to develop, you know, their skills. And so I can't emphasize that more. You know, you need to understand what you have, and consultation is important in that regard. You know, understand the skills map so that you are building on this instead of coming in and kind of telling communities this is what we need to do. So that is absolutely crucial, and it's important to have that perspective so that we can start building something that is sustainable beyond the short-term goals or the life of mines. Thank you.
And as we conclude the live process from Toronto, it is my great pleasure to get ready to welcome our keynote address live in Gaborone, where we'll also have the official closing of the Day 2 proceedings from MC Tata. I just want to emphasize again that, of course, we know the ease of doing business, the measures, all of these indices have enormous amounts of time and effort, and then there's the implementation. And our next speaker can certainly speak to that very practical aspect in his capacity as a chief executive leading the charge from Botswana. It's my great pleasure now to hand over to MC Tata to take us to the remainder of today's proceedings. Thank you. That very practical aspect the charge from Botswana. It's my great pleasure now to hand over to MC Tata to take us to the remainder of today's proceedings. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Welcome once more and good afternoon. Can we shine a bit? Shine. All right, thank you very much for such informative session. I believe we are taking notes and we will move from here. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any more of your time, allow me to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Botswana Investment and Trade Center, Mr. Kilutsisitse Ulibili.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. It is indeed an exciting moment for us to be a part of this key conference, Africa Accelerating 2020. We appreciate the organizers and particularly our partners in Botswana, Lucara Botswana, for the invitation and your continued community partnership in delivering some of those strategic investments within the country. I've been asked to deliver a closing note for this session, particularly focusing on Botswana as a gateway to investment in the rest of Africa,
zeroing into how you go about investing in this top performing economy. I will start by introducing the institution that I represent, the Botswana Investment and Trade Center. We are a national agency of the government of Botswana, operating under the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. And we are the ones basically tasked with attracting FDI into Botswana, also looking after domestic investment that is generating a lot of investment from domestic sources, as well as conducting investor aftercare, which is visiting the investors that have deployed on the ground to understand their issues and get government and all other stakeholders to intervene on a timely manner to issues that may arise hindering their investment. We are also tasked with facilitating trade. And when it comes to trade, we have taken an obvious bias to exports. Exports because it is in our interest as a country to push as many goods and services as we can into the rest of Africa. So once your company is located on the ground in Botswana, we are the ones that will also take you by hand and introduce you to the regional markets and make sure that you have a seamless access. And then lastly, we have a mandate of what you call a brand Botswana or nation branding. We know that as we speak here, we are addressing large audiences around the world. Botswana has this unique position that while we have all the desirable attributes as a country that one can aspire to, we are not too well known around the world. So that is why government took a deliberate decision to locate a specific mandate within our institution called nation branding, where we rally locals on national image building and then creating a global awareness. Now, as part of this mandate, we also run the national one-stop shop. That is for all the investors that will be interested out of this conference to invest in Botswana. We are the first people to go to if you want a seamless deployment. But let me get to the topic and address why Botswana as an investment destination, why we are a gateway into Africa, and now that you know who you go to if you are coming in. I may be boring you with some of the macroeconomic attributes or fundamentals that you already know, that Botswana's GDP per capita at $7,961 US places the country at upper middle income status. But you will know that on the population side, we are only having around 2.3 million people, and that is not that appetizing as a market for people that are looking at investing. So that is why all the policies that our government would have put in place are aimed at not only focusing you on the small population in Botswana, but are aimed at making sure that the country is regionally linked and open to enable you to seamlessly target the regional populations of SADC and the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. Our inflation is currently well managed as a country. Our objective range by the central bank is usually between 3 to 6%, but you will find that current inflation is at 1.8% as at the month of September 2020. Yes, we could say it's well managed, but here the 1.8 could also be a factor of the low economic activity or subdued economic activity as a result of the COVID pandemic. But we do believe that even if there is a slight spike, it will land between the objective range of 3 to 6%. As you know, our key exports are mainly minerals, particularly diamonds. And as an economy, we are working around the clock to make sure that we can diversify, either within mining, by doing downstream processing of these minerals here at home, as well as making sure that we attract investors into all the other identified strategic sectors that can now pair up with mining to ensure a balance when mining goes through its fluctuations. You know that if you want to locate us, we border countries like South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, which really places us right at the center of SADC. And that is the key positioning or attribute that really makes us, first and foremost, the gateway, before I talk about some of the policies that government would have put in place. If you want to evaluate what Botswana stands for, we have a lot of global indices and research groups that will publish on how they see Botswana in the global scheme of things. You will know that we have been rated the best investment attractiveness destination in mining by the Fraser Institute in their results for 2018. The third freest economy in sub-Saharan Africa by the Heritage Foundation in 2020. We do offer robust investment incentives that I'll cover shortly. And we have also been able to avoid the so-called resource curse, which could have been suffered by many other mineral-rich economies. I think one of the things that really places us as an ideal gateway into Africa is that we don't have exchange controls as a country. So when you are an investor in another continent, across the oceans, looking at investing in Africa, you want to locate your nerve center in a very stable jurisdiction where it becomes easy to deploy your capital and externalize as you please. So in Botswana, we don't have exchange controls. We repealed them as far back as 1999 with a view to enable investors to invest elsewhere in the region and probably consolidate their operations through central structures in Botswana. And for that, we believe we are putting forward our stability, our desirable attributes as a country to enable the rest of Africa. So what we do, though, on this topic of exchange controls, some would fear that isn't it facilitating capital flight at the end of the day? Because we are a stable jurisdiction, we always put forward initiatives that make it attractive for people to reinvest within the country rather than having to externalize. But even where people choose to invest in the region, we still ensure that they have some linked structures that will invest back in the country. And therefore, for all those earnings that they will be deriving in the rest of Africa, they can always link back to Botswana. So for that, we believe we are really putting ourselves forward to enable Africa. We are always on the lookout as a country for popular sentiment, particularly around from our audiences that we relate with. And some of the popular statements that we will pick is that Botswana is pro-mining and has efficient bureaucrats with no corruption on a relative basis. And if you look at the rankings of the likes of Transparency International, you will see an independent attestation to this, that in Botswana, you don't have to buy anybody in order to be able to commence and commercialize your business operations. Another statement popular that we would pick is that it is a jurisdiction other African countries should strive to copy. And in reality, we do get a lot of countries coming here to benchmark and bench learn from Botswana. And there will be a lot of policies across Africa that would have been copied or benchmarked from this country. Botswana, another statement, Botswana's mining policies are clearly defined. I think that speaks for itself. It's reasonably quick decision making and access to decision makers. Therefore, they believe that on a relative basis, Botswana tends to facilitate you on a quicker process, and you have seamless access to decision makers. As I said, not for any corrupt engagement, but just an open discussion to facilitate your investment to deploy. And then another statement you can talk about is that Botswana encourages and supports project development. And I think an attestation could be given by some of the local operators like Lucara Botswana, who occasionally interact with government to be able to enable particularly communities and other corporate social investment initiatives that they have. When it comes to some of the key sectors that we put forward, I think agriculture and agribusiness is quite key because particularly with the COVID pandemic, we've learned our lessons that we can no longer continue to be a net importer of food. Therefore, there are a lot of initiatives currently being run to make sure that we invite sustainable investment into agriculture and agribusiness and build our food self-sustenance. In mining, as I've said, we are promoting particularly beneficiation, even into new areas, you know, of types of minerals that would have just recently been discovered. But we have a strong base of soda ash, a strong base of coal, which some can say is a dirty resource, but we always believe that with the right technology, you can be able to beneficiate it into many useful things. Diamonds, obviously, we are the African Diamond Trading Center, and we are always working to improve that position. And therefore, with the massive and brilliant diamond discoveries by the likes of Lucara, Botswana, we really believe this will go a long way in entrenching our position. Botswana has increasingly and repeatedly been identified as an ideal jurisdiction for hosting services. If you talk about ICT-enabled services, financial and business services, and business process outsourcing, those are some of the key sectors that we put forward to create opportunities, because we believe that as a landlocked, even though we call ourselves land-linked country, it becomes very easy conjoining with other attributes to serve the rest of Africa from Botswana. We do have frameworks that I'll shortly cover that enable this particular element. And then we are quite strong also in transport and logistics. That's where we invite investment to come and play into. Our government, in collaboration with other regional governments, has been putting a lot of investment in infrastructure projects that enable countries to be connected. Therefore, you may have heard of the Kazungula Bridge, which has just been completed and will be opened now around October. That was the target date. So when this bridge is opened, it's going to enable seamless access and trade between Botswana and fast-growing markets in the north, like Zambia, like the Democratic Republic of Congo. And the bridge actually has a provision for a rail link, and government is trying to accelerate the rail project that will link the bridge. So we are being proactive at the moment to even create a dry port up in the north, somewhere around Zambia, with a view to facilitate locally produced goods to be able to enter markets like the DRC, where, you know, arguably speaking, some may say it's a bit risky to go in. Some may say it's a terrain that you have to understand. But we believe we can still facilitate goods that are produced from Botswana to enter those markets. We also derive our opportunities from what we call cross-border value chain linkages. Because we are a relatively small economy as Botswana, we are always on the lookout of what major economies are anchored in countries surrounding us. And when you look to South Africa, for example, there is the automotive industry, which is quite large. We said, okay, maybe it might not be a sellable proposition for Botswana to host a whole assembly plant, but let us evaluate the smaller aspects of the value chain of the automotive industry that can realistically be produced here at home in Botswana. That is why at the moment, Botswana exports more than 50% of the vehicle wiring harnesses for vehicles that are manufactured in South Africa. And we are quite strong as well in car battery production, and we are continuing to attract more players to come into that space. But when you move away from South Africa, there are predominantly farming economies like Zambia, like Zimbabwe. We have a very good presence of, for example, fertilizer manufacturing companies, predominantly organic fertilizer production, with a view to be able to supply the agriculture value chains in those countries. So it's one of the key strategies that we follow to be able to enable the value chains in the other markets. Now, some of the incentives that we put forward for facilitating investors in Botswana are predominantly from a tax point of view. Corporate tax in Botswana currently sits at 22% across the board, but there are those strategic sectors that we found it fitting to incentivize. For number one, when you are in manufacturing and you fit the definition of manufacturing, you pay corporate tax at 15% as opposed to 22%. There is also a science and technology park called the Botswana Innovation Hub, where companies like the Microsoft Business Center and other innovation and science and tech charged operators are currently residing. There again, you will be paying tax, corporate tax at 15%. And then we have another initiative called the International Financial Services Center, which some of you may be aware of in jurisdictions like Mauritius, jurisdictions like Ireland, in Dublin. We are an international financial services center as Botswana. And when you operate under that framework, again, you pay tax at 15%. And then there are other additional tax incentives that you will enjoy. For example, there will be no foreign exchange controls, as I said. You are allowed full repatriation of profits. Number two, there is full exemption from what we call withholding tax when you are externalizing to some of your investors, particularly those that will be non-residents of Botswana. And then there will also be full exemption from what we call capital gains tax when you are divesting from an asset that is owned by a company where you own more than 25%. So what we are saying here is that there are lots of comparative tax incentives that the country has put forward, coupled with other incentives for broadband connectivity and others to make sure that you can seamlessly operate on the ground. I think we have put forward the Botswana Investment and Trade Center as the go-to place if you want to invest in Botswana. But some of the services that we offer, for example, if you are coming into our one-stop shop and you want to register a business, we will be able to do that for you under one roof. No need to go to many places across town. If you are opening bank accounts, we have seamless arrangements with all the commercial banks that exist in Botswana. Therefore, we open your account while you sit there. You don't need to be running around between banks and other places. We do facilitate entry visas, work and residence permits, including exemptions. If you come to us, you will get to experience the service standard. And then we facilitate all trade and business license applications. That is any approval you will need as a business, either to set up or to run day to day. We are the ones who will run behind the scenes to make sure that all the service providers will provide for you. Utility connections like water, electricity, we do facilitate. We do administer the incentives that I've spoken about. We do facilitate environmental impact assessment, particularly on the aspect of sustainability that the previous speaker spoke about. When we assess our investor applications, sustainability is the key thing that we put forward. And we measure sustainability in the manner that you don't have a negative impact on the environment, you have a positive social impact, and you have a positive economic impact. And as I said, as BITC, we will be the ones that will be visiting you when you are on the ground in Botswana to make sure that everything is going well. And when there are issues, we will intervene and assist. With those few remarks, I look forward to receiving those that would have an interest in Botswana at our offices. As I thank you, Director of Ceremonies, I think we can share some of the details that they can get us in. For example, our Twitter dial is at @go_Botswana. That's our Twitter dial. We are also on Facebook and LinkedIn as Botswana Investment and Trade Center. And then our website is www.gobotswana.com. So with those few remarks, I thank you as I look forward to meeting all the prospective investors as they enter Botswana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olibile, for such a powerful display of Botswana as a destination place for investment. I believe our investors will be knocking at your door very soon. Thank you very much for displaying different sectors that are potential for investment. He mentioned mining, manufacturing, tourism, and also for making it easier for foreign investors to be able to register companies in our country. I remember one time when I was trying to register my company, it was a very, very difficult journey for me, which at some point I felt like, you know, I cannot do this. But if you are creating an easy way for foreign investors to invest and to register a company, I believe they will be very motivated to register within Botswana, which ultimately will create employment and opportunity for the growth of our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, allow me to thank all the speakers of the day, particularly the Minister of Minerals, Mr. Lefoko, the MD for Lucara, Ms. Nasim Lari, also Mr. Ulibile for such a powerful message, and of course, our counterparts in Canada, SA, and across the globe. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you to all people who are listening and participating online. I believe we have so much to take to home as food of thought, and to also aspire to grow the economy of Botswana. Ladies and gentlemen, remember tomorrow it will be our last day. Come with such excitement and with that passion to take our country to the next stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping to see you tomorrow. I have something exciting for you tomorrow, so make sure that you stick around until the last piece of the program. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. See you tomorrow, our team, everybody who made it possible, and thank you to Lucara once more for making this conference possible, and everybody else. Thank you, and have a lovely evening.
Hello et bonjour. My name is Sarah Wilshaw, and I am the Deputy Chief Trade Commissioner at Global Affairs Canada. On behalf of the Government of Canada, I would like to thank the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business and the Trade Commissioner Service in Cameroon for providing me the opportunity to greet all of you on this wonderful occasion. C'est un honneur d'être présente ici aujourd'hui et de participer à cet important webinaire sur les relations d'affaires Canada-Afrique centrale. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de saluer tous les ministres africains qui participent à ce webinaire dédié à l'Afrique centrale. Un marché qui mérite d'être mis en exergue, vu son énorme potentiel. Aux chefs et cadres d'entreprise de la CACB, chers investisseurs canadiens et étrangers, mesdames, messieurs, bonjour à tous. During the visit to Africa earlier this year, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and several ministers, including our Ministers of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, were very pleased to have had the chance to strengthen our long-standing partnerships and close ties with many African countries. Through increased trade and investment ties, we have been able to demonstrate that we are working together to create more jobs and economic opportunities for all of our people. Canada and African countries are important partners in a shared commitment to democracy, climate change, gender equality, and economic growth that benefits everyone. The Government of Canada will continue to promote these shared values and priorities as we work together as partners to build a more peaceful world, advance human rights, and create new opportunities in the years ahead. How we develop these opportunities is also important. And let me assure you that the Government of Canada expects Canadian companies operating abroad to operate lawfully, to respect human rights, and to conduct their activities in a socially and environmentally responsible manner, one that is consistent with international principles and standards on responsible business conduct, including the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises and the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. We know that companies that have adopted responsible business conduct practices are already taking steps to identify and manage risks. This approach can help them adapt to changes in the economic environment in a manner that considers the interests of local communities. While the COVID-19 pandemic poses new challenges, international cooperation is more important than ever as we work together to protect the health, social, and economic well-being of all citizens, especially the most vulnerable. Canada and like-minded countries in Africa have everything to gain by working together on the priorities we share. International trade and foreign direct investment are vital to the economic growth and prosperity of nations. Foreign direct investment is a key driver of economic growth and long-term prosperity and a critical factor in linking industry and the economies of the world with global value chains. Two-way investment between Canada and Africa has been increasing steadily since 2017, and it is expected that FDI will play an important role in supporting the global economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. There are incredibly exciting opportunities for investment, entrepreneurship, and partnership between us, and I hope today's panel will explore these. I know also that there are 235 million people between the ages of 15 and 24 in sub-Saharan Africa. And I understand that this growing youth bulge is expected to double by 2045. This region's workforce is expected to be larger than either China or India by 2034. That means there's a pressing need for job growth. According to the African Development Bank, every year there are 10 to 12 million new workers looking for jobs, and only 3 million find them in the private sector. Canadian educational institutions and the information communications and technology sector can help support large-scale job creation, especially among young Africans, with new digital technologies such as artificial intelligence and cloud computing. Et j'espère que ces secteurs, ainsi que d'autres, notamment l'énergie, les infrastructures et le secteur minier, dont certains projets structurants seront mis de l'avant à travers ce webinaire, bénéficieront de l'expertise du Canada. There is a lot of common ground between Canada and African countries, including our efforts to grow and diversify our economies in a way that benefits everyone, manage our resources more responsibly, and create good jobs, especially during these challenging times. We have everything to gain by working together on the priorities we share. Permettez-moi maintenant de parler du rôle important du service des délégués commerciaux, notre réseau d'experts en commerce international. Nous célébrons avec fierté cette année le 125e anniversaire de SDC et le service continue à offrir des services essentiels aux Canadiens, soit trouver de nouveaux marchés et débouchés dans le monde, et notamment en Afrique, et dans un contexte de relance économique. Je vous encourage fortement à recourir à leur expertise. Canada's Trade Commissioner Service has 16 offices across sub-Saharan Africa to help facilitate trade and investment. This includes 9 senior trade commissioners and 36 locally engaged trade commissioners who know their markets best. As of October 1st, 2020, the Trade Commissioner Service in sub-Saharan Africa have delivered over 2,300 services to 769 distinct Canadian organizations in the region. It remains in Canada's interest to create and maintain bilateral and multilateral relationships to advance peace and economic prosperity. As we continue to take steps towards economic recovery, let me assure you that Canada remains focused on steering its efforts to restore mutually beneficial supply chains, strengthen and diversify trade relationships, and support rules-based trade. I do hope this webinar will be an opportunity not only to strengthen the ties between us, but also to explore new avenues for collaboration with our partners. Je vous souhaite un excellent webinaire. Thank you, merci, et bonne journée.
Yeah, welcome to this webinar on trade and investment opportunities in Central Africa. Ça me donne grand plaisir en tant que commissaire canadien au Cameroun et également ambassadeur au Tchad et au Gabon, de souhaiter la bienvenue à 4 personnalités de ces 3 pays-ci qui vont vous présenter les opportunités dans leur pays. Who we have with us today from Gabon, we have the Minister of Water and Forestry, the Honorable Lee White. From Chad, we have 2 ministers, the Honorable Issa Doubragna, Minister of Economy and Development Planning, as well as the Honorable Ramatou Mahamat Hutuin, Minister of Energy. Meanwhile, from Cameroon, we have the Executive Secretary of GICAM, Monsieur Alain Blaise Batongue. GICAM is more or less the equivalent of the Business Council of Canada in Canada. So as I said, we're very privileged to have these 4 speakers with us today, and I'm convinced that you will find what they have to say, what they have to share with you this afternoon to be of great interest. Merci beaucoup, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Gareth, for this great opportunity to promote together investment opportunities in Central Africa for Canadian companies and investors. Excellence Madame la Ministre, Messieurs les Ministres, Monsieur le Secrétaire Exécutif du GICAM, dear Canadian exporters, investors. Permettez-moi dans un premier temps de vous faire part brièvement du potentiel de l'Afrique centrale et de partager quelques perspectives et succès sur les relations commerciales entre le Canada et l'Afrique centrale, notamment le Cameroun, le Gabon, le Tchad, la République démocratique du Congo et le Congo. Alors, pourquoi investir en Afrique centrale? L'Afrique centrale, c'est un marché de 142 millions d'habitants en 2019, un marché qui est attractif, avec beaucoup d'opportunités d'affaires pour les compagnies canadiennes. Tout d'abord, sa population, qui est très jeune, plus de 42% de sa population a moins de 15 ans. Sa position géographique aussi, au cœur de l'Afrique, qui sert de carrefour logistique à l'ensemble du continent. Il y a d'immenses terres agricoles et des forêts tropicales susceptibles de transformer la région en grenier. Un réseau hydrographique exceptionnel pour offrir l'hydroélectricité à toute l'Afrique. À cela s'ajoutent des sous-sols riches en hydrocarbures, en minerais, mais dont le potentiel de développement des chaînes de valeur n'a pas encore été suffisamment exploré. Donc, de véritables opportunités d'affaires à saisir pour les compagnies canadiennes, que les panélistes vous dévoileront. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de réitérer, de mettre l'emphase sur l'engagement du Canada en Afrique. Tout d'abord le Cameroun. Depuis 2012, le Canada et le Cameroun ont donné une nouvelle impulsion à leurs relations bilatérales, en l'orientant vers le développement économique, basé sur l'établissement de partenariats économiques innovateurs et mutuellement bénéfiques. En quelques années, le volume global des échanges commerciaux entre nos deux pays a considérablement augmenté, de telle sorte qu'en 2019, nos échanges commerciaux ont augmenté de près de 8%. Ceci dit, il y a lieu de faire beaucoup mieux, j'en suis parfaitement d'accord, et c'est d'ailleurs dans ce contexte-là que le Canada a créé en 2019 un nouveau poste de conseiller commercial au Cameroun. De sorte que le Cameroun maintenant est le premier partenaire commercial du Canada en zone CEMAC. Plusieurs grands succès ont été enregistrés, pour ne citer que quelques-uns parmi les nombreux succès qui ont été enregistrés. Par exemple, la réhabilitation du stade de réunification de Douala et la pénétrante est de l'entrée de Douala, qui sont quelques exemples parmi tant d'autres de succès des entreprises canadiennes au Cameroun. Tout récemment, notre haut-commissaire au Cameroun a pris part à la cérémonie de signature de contrat de bail à long terme de l'hôtel Marriott par un promoteur canadien, un projet qui est évalué à 100 millions de dollars. Alors, and so on and so forth, il y a beaucoup d'exemples qu'on peut citer en termes de succès. Au niveau des secteurs prioritaires, les principaux secteurs d'intérêt pour les compagnies canadiennes sont les infrastructures, les télécoms, les services d'appui et les conseils aux entreprises, les technologies propres, je l'ai mentionné, l'agriculture, l'éducation, où le Cameroun se positionne parmi les 3 pays du continent qui envoient le plus grand nombre d'étudiants poursuivre ses études au Canada. Un atout considérable puisque ces étudiants-là, cette jeunesse-là, est la plus apte à porter la croissance de notre relation à un niveau beaucoup plus élevé. Nous avons également signé avec le Cameroun plusieurs accords commerciaux, des accords de promotion et de protection des investissements étrangers qui rassurent et qui sécurisent les investissements. Alors, je pense à l'API qui a été signé en 2016. Nous avons également un accord de transport aérien qui a été signé en 2017 et qui facilite le partage de codes entre le Canada et le Cameroun. Il y a énormément d'opportunités au Cameroun et je suis persuadée que le représentant du GICAM, le vice-président exécutif, saura mettre l'emphase sur toutes ces opportunités-là dont l'expertise canadienne pourrait fortement bénéficier. Qu'en est-il du Gabon? C'est un des pays, en fait, où le Canada aimerait également renforcer ses relations commerciales. Les relations commerciales bilatérales entre le Canada et le Gabon offrent un potentiel de croissance qui est très important. Et je suis persuadée que son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre, saura vous convaincre, vous investisseurs, vous compagnies canadiennes qui seraient intéressées à investir au Gabon. Le Canada possède des atouts importants pour répondre aux besoins du Gabon. Il s'agit de son sens de l'innovation, la qualité reconnue de ses produits et services, son adhésion au principe de responsabilité sociale et son savoir-faire technologique et industriel de haut niveau. Les compagnies canadiennes sont donc prêtes à avoir des partenariats gagnant-gagnant avec le Gabon, Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre. Au-delà du secteur du bois, dont nous nous réjouissons d'avance d'en saisir un peu plus en termes d'opportunités d'affaires, l'expertise du Canada pourrait également servir dans d'autres secteurs, notamment le secteur minier. Je pense aux manganèses, dont le développement de l'exploitation est en train de hisser le Gabon à la place de premier producteur mondial. Le Canada aimerait en faire partie. L'expertise du Canada pourrait également servir au niveau de l'agriculture, l'énergie, avec de nombreux projets qui sont en cours actuellement au Gabon, des barrages hydroélectriques qui sont en cours de lancement et la formation, surtout celle des jeunes, où le Canada a une expertise à ce niveau également. Tellement de choses à faire avec le Gabon, Monsieur le Ministre. Le Tchad également, énormément de choses à faire avec le Tchad, beaucoup d'opportunités à saisir. Nos relations, pour le moment, sont limitées, mais il y a énormément de possibilités, de collaboration, de partenariats gagnant-gagnant. Les opportunités d'affaires pour les compagnies canadiennes sont pour le moment dans le secteur énergétique. Je pense à l'énergie renouvelable, je pense au secteur minier et à l'éducation, où le Canada est devenu un choix de plus en plus populaire parmi les étudiants tchadiens. Nous nous réjouissons d'avance d'entendre Madame la Ministre et Monsieur le Ministre de l'Énergie, Son Excellence Madame la Ministre et Son Excellence Monsieur le Ministre de l'Énergie, d'en savoir davantage sur les opportunités d'affaires que les compagnies canadiennes qui sont parmi nous pourraient saisir au Tchad. Il y en a énormément également. La RDC. Les autorités congolaises se sont engagées, comme vous le savez sans doute, dans la mise en œuvre de mesures qui visent à améliorer le climat des affaires en RDC. Donc la réalisation concrète, à mon avis, de ces engagements est un critère essentiel pour pouvoir attirer les investisseurs canadiens. Les secteurs des ressources extractives, de l'énergie renouvelable, des technologies propres, du transport, des infrastructures, de l'éducation et j'en passe, offrent un potentiel important pour l'expertise du Canada, en RDC également. Donc nous allons évaluer la situation de l'environnement des affaires et du climat politique et sécuritaire après les prochaines élections présidentielles. Les secteurs d'intérêt pour les compagnies canadiennes sont bel et bien présents et nous aimerions renforcer toutes ces opportunités-là qui existent. As our Chief Trade Commissioner indicated, Canada is an important trading and investment partner for Africa's many dynamic economies. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, investment opportunities still abound in Central Africa. The region has many assets that could be turned into development opportunities, such as I did mention earlier in French, a very young population. More than 42% of Central Africa's population is under the age of 15, which constitute an abundant future workforce, provided the challenges of training are met. And this is where Canada can again bring an expertise. Central Africa has huge reserve of arable land. Only 13% of the agricultural land has been exploited. Therefore, there is a significant potential for the development of agriculture, agro-industry, agroforestry. So all the countries basically in Central Africa are rich in terms of extractive, natural resources, hydrocarbon and mines, and so on and so forth, with exceptional also water system that could supply hydropower to all of Africa. So I will leave it here, but I hope that this webinar will be an opportunity to strengthen the avenues for collaboration with our partner. We are here, the Trade Commissioner Service in Cameroon is ready to help. Feel free to communicate with us. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to take any questions.
Gabon is a tropical country on the equator on the west coast of Africa. We're the second most forested country on Earth. 88% of our country is covered in lush tropical rainforests. And those tropical rainforests are a very rich source of beautiful tropical hardwoods, the mahoganies, the kivazingo, many wenge, many different species of tropical hardwood, which are in great demand around the world. Our philosophy in Gabon is that if we don't develop our forests, if we don't manage our forests and exploit them to create revenues and jobs for the Gabonese people, we will not be able to preserve the forests. Our President Ali Bongo Ondimba, has taken a very strong stance in the climate change negotiations that Gabon will not only continue to be a steward of the forests, but we will also reduce our carbon emissions. And so we take the responsibility of maintaining forests very seriously. Our forests, along with those of northern Congo, generate the rainfall in the Sahel in Nigeria. So we have a responsibility to our neighbors in Africa to maintain these forests. But we strongly believe that the best way to preserve the forests is to manage them sustainably. For 120 years, we exported logs, unprocessed timber. That meant that 3% of the value of the wood was realized in Gabon, and 97% of the value was off the African continent. But over the last 10 years, we've invested heavily. We've created a special economic zone just outside of Libreville, where we now have over 100 companies that are investing in first, second, and third degree transformation. And so we've seen Gabon go from, in terms of sawnwood export, 42nd in the world to 10th in the world, second in Africa. And in terms of veneer, we've gone from 18th in the world to second and first in Africa. So we're seeing an industrial revolution in the Gabonese timber sector. Our vision is that we will move more and more towards second and third level transformation, producing quality furniture, producing doors, windows, parquet, and transforming our wood into buildings, wooden buildings. Gabon is perfectly placed, both as a gateway to the US with the AGOA agreement, that means that we can export tax-free into the US, and also with the new free trade zone, the continental free trade zone in Africa. That opens up all of the markets of Africa. And so if you invest in Gabon, you're perfectly placed to access the huge market of Nigeria and West Africa, to access the markets of Eastern Africa and Northern Africa. In addition to our natural forests, our plan is to develop about 300,000 hectares of plantation forests. So this is a new investment opportunity in Gabon. And our vision is that by growing faster growing wood in in plantations put into the savanna so that they are carbon positive, we'll be able to develop cheaper plywood, MDF, particle board, and that will enable us to combine the cheaper, faster growing timber with our beautiful hardwoods to create more and more finished product and to increase the value of the forestry sector in Gabon. So we're definitely looking for companies interested to bring in the technology we need to move from first towards second and third level transformation. We're looking for companies with a knowledge of plantation forests and that using plantation wood to combine with natural wood to create finished products. We're looking for companies with experience in transforming timber into pre-packed buildings, kit buildings that could be exported throughout Africa. And because Gabon is so responsible in terms of the environment, that also opens up the possibility of combining forestry investment with investment both in carbon and ecosystem services. So at the same time as you are investing in the forests, you can invest in the carbon market, ensure that your forest products are carbon neutral, climate positive, and potentially generate carbon credits in addition that could be traded on the Gabonese system or into the international market. In addition to the concession forests that cover about 70% of Gabon, 20% of Gabon is protected area. We have some incredible ecosystems. We have half of the forest elephants of Africa roaming our forests. We have 25,000 gorillas, 30,000 chimpanzees. We have elephants and occasionally even gorillas and chimps walking on the Atlantic beach. And if it's the right season, you sometimes see elephants and humpback whales together. We have the biggest populations of nesting leatherback turtles on the planet. And so in addition to this possibility to invest in the forest, there's also the possibility to invest in development of ecotourism, which is just starting. Our first five-star lodge is going into Luango National Park as I speak. And over the next decade, we expect to see the ecotourism industry develop in synergy with the forestry industry. So this really is a very exciting time to invest in Gabon. Do come and see us.
Mesdames et messieurs les ministres, mesdames et messieurs les investisseurs, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, en vos rangs, grades et qualités, tout protocole observé. Je voudrais saisir cette occasion qui m'est offerte pour adresser mes salutations à l'ensemble des délégués à la présente rencontre sur les investissements en Afrique centrale organisée par la Chambre des commerces Canada-Afrique en collaboration avec le service des délégués commerciaux du Canada. Le Tchad est le pays de la sous-région du SILS et de la CEMAC dont le taux d'accès à l'électricité est le plus faible. Cette situation se caractérise par un taux d'accès à l'électricité respectivement de 6,4% au niveau national, de 13,9% en milieu urbain et 0,6% en milieu rural. Pourtant, le pays dispose d'énormes potentialités dans le domaine des énergies renouvelables. Le nombre d'heures d'ensoleillement par année varie de 2850 heures du sud à 3750 heures au nord. L'intensité du rayonnement global est estimée de 4,5 à 6,5 kWh par mètre carré par jour. La vitesse moyenne du vent est estimée entre 6,7 à 7 mètres par seconde à une hauteur de 8 mètres. Au titre des facilités accordées aux investisseurs privés, le gouvernement de la République du Tchad a pris des actions afin d'encourager les investisseurs dans le secteur de l'énergie électrique. On peut citer entre autres la défiscalisation du secteur des énergies renouvelables dans la loi des finances 2020, l'établissement d'une liste des équipements à exonérer des taxes au titre de l'exercice 2020. Les achats d'équipements en matière d'énergie verte seront défiscalisés tant pour l'acheteur emprunteur que pour la banque porteuse prêteuse. L'élaboration d'un document type définissant les avantages fiscaux et douaniers au profit des investisseurs. La volonté politique des plus hautes autorités du pays s'est clairement manifestée à travers la prise des mesures fortes pour renverser la tendance. Des réformes dans le secteur de l'énergie ont été opérées, notamment l'adoption de la loi numéro 036/PR/2019 du 26 août 2019 relative au secteur de l'énergie électrique au Tchad, consacrant la distinction des rôles entre la Société nationale d'électricité et de l'État à travers la libéralisation du secteur, la création de l'organe de régulation, notamment l'Agence de régulation du secteur de l'énergie, appelée ARCE, la promotion des énergies renouvelables, l'électrification rurale, l'efficacité énergétique, ainsi que l'adoption d'un plan d'urgence d'accès à l'électricité avec des projets comportant 3 phases. La première phase comporte des actions immédiates, la deuxième phase des actions à très court terme et la troisième phase des actions à court terme. Aussi voudrais-je vous faire observer que les investisseurs privés ont déjà conclu des contrats avec le gouvernement pour la production de l'énergie au Tchad. Il s'agit, entre autres, de Germaya Solar. C'est un projet de construction d'une centrale solaire de 60 MW au nord de N'Djamena. Quadrant, 15 MW x 2 à N'Djamena. Projet Innoven, 5 MW solaires à Abéché. Il y a également 2 producteurs indépendants opérant dans les réseaux de la SNE à N'Djamena. Il s'agit d'Agreco avec 17 MW et V-Power avec 16 MW. Pour mieux assurer la mise en œuvre de ces mesures, le décret 172/PR/2020 du 14 juillet 2020 portant un remaniement du gouvernement a créé un département ministériel spécifiquement dédié à l'énergie. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués participants, le plan d'urgence d'accès à l'électricité qui a été adopté par décret 1412/PR/MPME 2020 du 3 juillet 2020 comporte plusieurs projets dont ceux relatifs aux énergies renouvelables. Ainsi, je voudrais mentionner les projets structurants ci-après. Solaire Irena, c'est un projet d'électrification de 6 villes en solaire photovoltaïque pour un montant de 18 milliards de francs CFA, dont la moitié est bouclée par le fonds d'Abu Dhabi. Réalisation du système de production d'énergie électrique dans les 80 chefs-lieux des départements en raison de 1 MW solaire pour un montant de 72 milliards de francs CFA. 3. Réalisation de systèmes de production d'énergie électrique dans les chefs-lieux de province en raison de 5 MW solaires pour un montant de 99 milliards de francs CFA. 4. Un projet de centrale solaire photovoltaïque de 200 MW dans la zone périurbaine à N'Djamena pour un montant de 139 milliards de francs CFA. 5. La construction d'une centrale à gaz de 210 MW en Gouri dans le lac pour un montant de 168 433 milliards de francs CFA. 6. Un projet de construction d'une centrale éolienne de 100 MW dans l'Enedi-Est pour un montant de 98 400 milliards de francs CFA. 7. Un projet de chute Gotio dans le Mayo-Kébi Ouest de 33 MW mix pour un montant de 109 513 milliards de francs CFA. Et enfin, la mise en place d'une unité de production des équipements solaires au Tchad pour un montant de 15 milliards 930 millions de francs CFA. Au-delà de ces projets, les besoins en énergie sont immenses et les potentialités grandes. J'invite par conséquent les partenaires à venir investir au Tchad et le gouvernement s'engage par ma voix à les accueillir et à les accompagner. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Le Tchad se trouve au centre de la bande sahélo-saharienne et fait face à plusieurs défis qui sont la lutte contre le terrorisme, la gestion des flux migratoires et des réfugiés. Les racines de ces problèmes se trouvent dans l'extrême pauvreté, le manque de développement, l'instabilité de notre sous-région auxquels s'ajoutent les méfaits des changements climatiques et aujourd'hui les effets néfastes de la Covid-19. Cette situation pénalise les efforts de développement du Tchad et occulte la visibilité des opportunités importantes de ces pays pour la promotion des investissements dans tous les secteurs dont il a besoin. Le Tchad est une oasis d'opportunités qui s'étend sur une superficie de plus d'1 284 000 km² et le pays offre à cet effet plus de 39 millions d'hectares de terres arables, dont 5,6 millions d'hectares de terres irrigables, incluant 330 000 hectares situés à proximité des cours d'eau et 13,3 millions d'hectares défrichés propices à l'agriculture. Les ressources hydriques entre lacs, fleuves et autres cours d'eau qui varient entre 260 000 et 554 milliards de mètres cubes. La réserve renouvelable en eau souterraine est d'environ 19,2 milliards de mètres cubes par an, une production animale évaluée à plus de 110 millions de têtes et une diversité de ressources minières composées d'or, de diamants, de fer, du zinc et de bauxite et les ressources aussi pétrolières. Avec une population constituée de plus de 50% de jeunes de moins de 25 ans, et il s'agit ici d'un grand vivier de main-d'œuvre et d'un marché actif de consommateurs. C'est pour relever ces défis que le Tchad s'est doté d'une vision 2030, le Tchad que nous voulons, et qui fonde des différents plans de développement pour l'essor de ces pays sur 4 axes principaux, dont le renforcement de l'unité nationale, le renforcement de la bonne gouvernance et l'état de droit, le développement d'une économie diversifiée et compétitive, l'amélioration de la qualité de vie des Tchadiens. Il s'agit d'une grande aspiration pour la création de richesses et d'emplois décents pour les jeunes et les femmes à travers la diversification de l'économie avec des investissements importants. C'est pour cette raison que nous avons mis l'accent sur le développement du capital humain à travers l'éducation, la santé, l'accès à l'eau potable et l'amélioration du cadre de vie. Le renforcement des capacités et la promotion des talents de la jeunesse, notamment dans l'entrepreneuriat, la culture, l'artisanat et le sport. L'accès à l'énergie, le développement des chaînes de valeur de l'agriculture, de l'élevage, de la pêche et des ressources environnementales. Le développement du secteur minier, le développement du secteur des TIC, de l'économie et de la gouvernance numérique, le développement des infrastructures socio-économiques et des transports. Il s'agit là des principales pistes qui s'ouvrent aux investisseurs canadiens, tout comme pour la coopération au niveau bilatéral, afin de renforcer nos relations et créer véritablement de la richesse pour nos deux pays. C'est pour ces raisons que le gouvernement de la République du Tchad intensifie les actions qui permettent 1. D'améliorer le climat des affaires afin d'augmenter la confiance des investisseurs, renforcer la gouvernance économique et financière à tous les niveaux, réaliser plus facilement les projets prioritaires grâce à de nouveaux mécanismes et de sources de financement rapides, compétitives, à travers l'accès à un réseau plus élargi de partenaires internationaux, réduire la part des emprunts sur les financements souverains, accélérer la diversification de l'économie nationale et soutenir les entreprises locales ainsi que les PME à accéder au financement pour booster l'économie. Les projets de développement et les opportunités d'investissement rentables au Tchad sont immenses et ouverts à tous les partenaires publics et privés canadiens. Je suis donc à disposition de tous ces partenaires canadiens pour les éclairer et les orienter sur les projets spécifiques en fonction des différents secteurs énumérés et pour faciliter leur implantation rapide au Tchad. Je vous remercie.
Bien, mesdames et messieurs, bonsoir. Je m'appelle Alain Blaise Batongué, je suis le secrétaire exécutif du groupement interpatronal du Cameroun, le GICAM, qui est la principale association patronale au Cameroun. Je voudrais avant toute chose remercier le Haut Commissariat du Canada qui associe le GICAM à ce forum consacré, entre autres, au potentiel du Cameroun comme destination d'investissement. En ce moment où on décrit l'Afrique de manière générale comme l'endroit où il faut investir, le Cameroun apparaît effectivement comme, au-delà de son pseudonyme d'Afrique en miniature, comme un endroit plutôt attrayant. La présentation de cet après-midi a été divisée en deux grandes parties. Une première partie qui présentera les 3 raisons d'investir au Cameroun et une deuxième partie où nous nous attarderons à présenter où peut-on investir utilement au Cameroun. D'abord, les 3 raisons d'investir au Cameroun. Pour nous, la première raison, c'est la position géographique stratégique du Cameroun. Comme vous le savez, le Cameroun partage ses frontières avec plusieurs pays de la Commission du Golfe de Guinée. De ce point de vue, son territoire est une plaque tournante de transactions dans divers ordres et dont l'accès à l'océan Atlantique en fait un atout supplémentaire. Il faut également considérer dans cet ordre d'idée que le Cameroun donne un coup de main à 2 autres pays d'Afrique centrale que sont la République centrafricaine et le Tchad, qui n'ont pas d'accès à la mer et qui passent systématiquement par le Cameroun pour toutes leurs transactions maritimes internationales. Le Cameroun occupe une place importante dans la CEMAC, qui est la communauté économique et monétaire d'Afrique centrale. De par son potentiel géographique et économique, le pays représente effectivement à lui seul 50% de la population de la CEMAC et 40% de son économie. Il constitue donc le pôle industriel, universitaire et agricole de la CEMAC. On l'appelle régulièrement d'ailleurs le grenier de l'Afrique centrale. La deuxième raison pour investir au Cameroun, c'est son économie qui est ouverte et avec de bonnes perspectives de croissance. Bien sûr, on parlera du Covid qui n'était pas prévu et qui s'est invité en cette année 2020, mais qui, on l'espère, va finir par passer. Le potentiel reste énorme. Les réformes structurelles qui se sont poursuivies jusqu'à la fin de la décennie passée ont permis au Cameroun de renforcer sa stabilité macroéconomique. Il faut rappeler que le Cameroun est sous programme avec le FMI et le solde primaire hors pétrole en pourcentage du PIB est supérieur à 5%. Son ouverture commerciale conjuguée à la libéralisation des secteurs productifs et à l'engagement du pays dans une série d'accords commerciaux et de libre-échange renforce davantage l'intégration économique du Cameroun dans l'économie mondiale. Et enfin, le Cameroun s'est engagé dans un ambitieux programme de croissance économique, d'emploi et d'amélioration de conditions de vie de ses populations, ce qui a permis d'observer une montée significative de la classe moyenne qui provoque donc également une augmentation de la consommation. La troisième raison d'investir au Cameroun est la stratégie d'investissement qui paraît claire et cohérente. Elle s'articule autour de 3 axes: le développement des infrastructures, la modernisation de l'appareil de production et le développement humain. Et tout cela, en réalité, est soutenu par un dialogue public-privé qui est rénové et régulièrement. Juste une illustration en ce qui concerne le développement humain et les priorités qui sont accordées à la santé, à l'éducation et à la formation professionnelle. On peut noter que nous avons reçu, pas plus tard qu'il y a une semaine, le ministre camerounais en charge de l'emploi et de la formation professionnelle, avec qui nous avons discuté directement de la nouvelle loi sur la formation professionnelle votée par l'Assemblée nationale en 2018 et les décrets d'application qui ont été signés par le chef de l'État. Il était question de revoir ensemble ce qu'il y a de bon et comment on peut améliorer pour créer un environnement de formation professionnelle qui puisse rassurer le secteur privé et les entreprises. Voilà donc en gros les 3 principales raisons pour lesquelles on doit investir, on peut investir au Cameroun. Mais lorsqu'on a ce cadre général qui est intéressant, investir, on notera qu'il y a, de notre point de vue, 4 ou 5 domaines prioritaires. Le premier domaine prioritaire, c'est l'agriculture et l'agroalimentaire. Nous avons parlé d'un pays qui constitue à lui tout seul 50% de la population d'Afrique centrale. Aujourd'hui, dans l'agriculture et l'agroalimentaire, le Cameroun dispose d'un potentiel agricole très riche et diversifié en raison de la variété des climats et des sols du nord au sud, de l'est à l'ouest. 85% de la superficie totale du pays est cultivable, c'est-à-dire environ 400 000 km², et pour l'instant seulement 20% est exploité. Le champ reste donc immense. La production agricole s'étend des produits vivriers aux cultures d'exportation. La banane, les tubercules, le coton, le cacao, le café, le thé, la canne à sucre, le caoutchouc, les céréales, les fruits et légumes, et il y en a d'autres. La production vivrière du pays demeure insuffisante pour satisfaire une demande nationale et sous-régionale en constante croissance. Or, comme on le sait, tant qu'il y a la population sur Terre, elle aura besoin de manger, elle aura besoin de boire, et cette population qui est en nette croissance aura donc des besoins qui eux-mêmes vont augmenter. Le champ reste donc important. Par ailleurs, la transformation industrielle ne porte que sur un nombre très limité de produits, notamment le palmier à huile et l'EVA. Là encore, le champ reste important. Le deuxième domaine sur lequel on encourage à investir, c'est les infrastructures. Le développement des infrastructures est l'un des piliers de la stratégie nationale de développement pour la décennie 2020-2030 au Cameroun. Les investissements. On note également le tourisme et les loisirs. Le Cameroun dispose de grands atouts touristiques qui ne demandent qu'à être mis en valeur. Et d'ailleurs, on appelle généralement le Cameroun dans ce sens-là l'Afrique en miniature parce que au sein du Cameroun, on retrouve toutes les orientations touristiques qu'il peut y avoir dans l'Afrique tout entière. Le safari, la chasse, le tourisme balnéaire, le tourisme de montagne, le tourisme culturel et même l'écotourisme. En définitive, donc, nous pensons qu'il faut bon investir au Cameroun, malgré quelquefois des blocages administratifs que le JICAM, en tant que structure partenaire de l'État, peut aider à débloquer, malgré un environnement sociopolitique qui s'est un peu compliqué ces dernières années, mais qui tend à trouver solution. Le Cameroun reste une destination attrayante. Venez et faites-vous accompagner, si vous voulez bien, par le JICAM, et nous trouverons à chaque fois l'opportunité qui sied à vos projets. Je vous remercie de votre aimable.
Thank you very much. And once again, sincerest appreciation to each of our VIP speakers, taking the time as well to pre-record those messages just to ensure no particular technical challenges on the day as part of mitigation efforts to keep the show on the road. Thank you very much to those who joined on the bilingual WhatsApp line, as well as those who continue to be with us. For those who aren't requiring the service, we've had some questions coming in. At this particular point, to take questions and answers, I'm going to welcome Mr. Jacques Ndumtumbe back to join me on stage. But before I do that, just a quick reminder, if you do have any specific questions and you'd like a direct connection to either one of the speakers, you can send an email to me at gareth@canadaafrica.ca. Those details will be placed in the chat in just a moment. It's gareth@canadaafrica.ca. Those details are also available online, GARRETH @canadaafrica.ca. Jacques Ndumtumbe, welcome back to the stage. Our first question comes from Montreal, and the question relates specifically to your experience on landing projects where there's a high degree of, let's say, of licensing specifically. When it comes to licensing and compliance, have you had any particular challenges, and what has your experience been in terms of processes for licensing in terms of government? Are you seeing improvements in regulation, for example, as has been alluded to today?
Thank you, guys. Very good questions. I think that over, I would say, the past 10 years, things have changed quite drastically. It used to be a lot more problematic. I do think that the best way to go about these type of questions is to always have, and I know it can sound a little bit cliche, but have locally a group, an individual, a company, a person, and what that would support, because there's a language, but then there's a language within the language that is more the understanding of the cultural way of engaging partners. And aside from that, I think that the different, like the GCAM, groups like GCAM in Gabon, I think is called Confédération Patronale du Gabon, and then you have GCAM and other employers federation or confederations are here to support and to help. It's also, I think, good to talk to lawyers, business lawyers and people who can go with the Kenyan companies. I don't think there is a specific one-line answer. I do think that most importantly, it's good to have a plan before going to any of these places. And the plan always has to involve a local entity that will help, translating the information. And lastly, I would say that it's also good to have someone who knows the reality of the country and reality in Canada, so that it's not a one-way communication, it's two ways. I think that will help.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jacques. The next question is on the issue of the brand Canada. Obviously, Canada being a bilingual country is an enormous strength. How have you seen not only the bilingual aspect of Canada, but also brand Canada as a factor in doing business?
Yes.
Given that you've got both sides.
Yes. This is the most interesting realization as a Canadian. Initially born in Africa and African, is that Canada is absolutely loved as a country first. Just because it's Canada, you go to any countries in Africa, when you're Canadian, there's a smile that comes to the people that are talking to you. That's one thing. Then when you dig a little bit deeper, you understand that the fact that Canada is officially already a bilingual country, we probably cover already 95% of all African countries, of the 54, is French and English. So we can go to Gabon, we can go to Chad and Cameroon and speak in French for the case of Cameroon, French and English. And then you can go to Nigeria and Ghana and speak in English. So this is Canada. Third point, Canada has nothing to envy to any other countries in the world when it comes to technology, the sharing of knowledge. And we have some of the best universities, and I will be biased by saying, the technologies, development, we have structures, that we can share with our counterparts in Africa. Canada has everything, I would say, but to come to your questions, I do think that sometimes maybe as a country, we don't realize how much we are loved and we are reluctant to go to these countries. And I would say, don't just go, I'm talking as a Canadian to other Canadian investors, and to think that there's going to be a deal or a project tomorrow. I think my biggest advice would probably be to go and try to understand the specific country where you're going, because you know that you're going to be received very positively already. And then, get to understand your partners and understand that you will be or you should be there for the long run. From that point, I think the relationship will grow, because everything is relationship. The relationship will grow, and when the project or the technology, I emphasize on appropriate technology, will be presented to your partners and customers, plus the Canadian brand, there is a chance that it will be successful, and a pretty big chance. So I do think that Canada has a tremendous opportunity. The term that I always use is that Canada has a red carpet in the continent of Africa that can be used in different ways and different sectors. Today we talk about Central Africa. I do think Central Africa is one of the biggest opportunity. It's an area that is sometimes, I think, forgotten, because I'm originally from Gabon, and when you say Gabon, they ask you to repeat, where Gabon? Okay, so that's the story. but the potential is enormous. And not being biased, I can talk about Chad. The minister just mentioned that the country, the rural areas, less than 1% electrification rate, access to energy. It's really a huge opportunity, being a country that also has a very high irradiation, solar irradiation. So this is like a direct opportunity for solar energy, renewable energy, storage capacity. I'm not even talking about oil and mining and critical metals for Cameroon, for Gabon, #1 producer of manganese for the case of Gabon. You have the DRC that is very big. I do think that Canada needs to keep a close eyes on Central Africa and can play a very big part in this area.
Thank you very much, Jacques. And as we wrap up, a final question around getting partners. For somebody who doesn't have a background in Central Africa, any particular tips, particularly when someone has received a very good proposal or investment opportunity? How do you go about the sort of due diligence, both on a project, but also in terms of building the kinds of relationships that are there for the long run? So you've got business partners on the ground, the type that you speak of.
I would say the Trade Commissioner Services is always a very good way to start, because they have an overview that is very important. To speak with the Trade Commissioner Services, to dig, a little bit deeper into the potential partners. I think they are pretty good in doing due diligence. I remember also, I'm not sure if it's still the case today, but I know that EDC about 10 years ago was also still very, very involved in supporting in due diligence, which I think is very important. There's so many different Canadian federal organizations, and also, even provincial, if I recall, that can support. Now, I know our Vice President Susan Namulindwa is very big in the diaspora, which I think the diaspora is always underutilized, if I can use the term, in the sense that the reasons why you have diaspora here, because they come from a country. And sometimes these, young people, students, professionals can be helpful in creating the bridge. That's why they are Canadian of African origin that can support the communication and the potential of creating opportunities. So I would like to emphasize really on the fact that the Trade Commissioner Services is a very good first door in supporting Canadian companies in looking at partners, in doing supporting the due diligence. I mentioned EDC. At some level, the chamber, we can also be of assistance. Because we do know some consulting companies that we already have done some due diligence on. So if you have these kind of questions, we can also support one way or the other, and we'll be happy to help. Yes. Good. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you too, once again, Mr. Jacques Ndumtube, for those excellent insights. And thank you once again to all who've been participating and with us for this session. We certainly have seen some great names of those on the call. Pierre Bolivin, Bovwan, others as well. I see Patrick Costas, Anna Clark, and a host of others, just a few of the names that are popping up on the screen. I can see you participating. Have a wonderful rest of the day wherever you are. For those across Canada, a great afternoon to you, and a very good night for those across the continent. We'll see you tomorrow at Africa Accelerating, 8 a.m. Eastern Time here in Canada, 4 p.m. in Central Africa. Have a wonderful rest of the day and all the very best.